everyone. Welcome to LOCKBEARD Phenomena number 55. UFO'S are angels. Notice the question mark on that. Uh, yeah, it's July 30th, 2022. Incidentally, this is National Whistleblowers Day. If that's important to anybody, I don't know what you celebrate, how you celebrate National uh, Whistleblowers Day, but there you have it. Mr. Lee is first here. Welcome, Mr. Lee. Says I'm back from birthday's brother's wedding. I met a dwarf man called Dracula, no lie. Holy crap, Mr. Lee. You can't make that shit up. Hello, Sandra, Angel. Welcome to y'all. I guess Sandra's watching Stranger Things. Ernie's here. Welcome. Here's a new name here. Monica Eunice, tribe of Benjamin 7-8. I'm sure there's some meaning behind a lot of that name, but that's a lot to decipher. Probably a whole show there trying to decipher that name. Monica, welcome. And she says, if I can assume she, aliens are not angels, they are jinn, she says. Avatars and the demonic jinn called shayateen are dementors. Sounds like some Harry Potter stuff right there. Funny, interesting. It's interesting because one of the things I was going to mention today involves a story. Of course, it's not from Harry Potter, but same difference to me. Although some heads will probably explode when I say Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, same difference. It's both mystical, magical, fantasy, right? Where someone mentioned the dragon creature that was that called Nazgul? I can't remember. And there's I think it's one of the Witch Kings actually that rides it, but kind of the mentor like kind of entity. Anyway, that was mentioned in a story told by a guy who's a guide in the Superstition Mountains, which is not far from the Mogollon Rim, where our group was at, right? Well, I say our. I wasn't there. Most of y'all weren't there, but there are people, right? Anyway, he said what he saw. He I can't remember the exact story. There was an interview with him on like a paranormal show. I can't remember which. Wasn't like a live stream, but it was anyway. He's a guide there and shows a lot of respect for the place. And he said that there was something that attacked him. He sensed it, was able to I guess he's martial arts trained. I forget what he calls it when you do the roll to get out of the way. And he pulled his knife. And he said whatever it had was wearing kind of like some kind of cloth, and it floated in the air. And he's like, it was the strangest thing he's ever seen. But yeah, I think that I'm pretty sure that was actually located in the Superstition Mountains. But it's interesting. If it's true, Sandra says, "Oh yes, we're going to take my time." Going to take my time, which I have a lot of. I am going to try to catch up in chat. I don't know how far behind I am. Rex Hand is here. Welcome. Donald's here. Welcome. Yep. We might as well, Donald. For those that don't know, Donald says that clip of The Simpsons pretty much encapsulates his life. Jen's here. Welcome. Welcome, Jen. Grasshopper's here. Welcome. Scrolling. Bear with me. Life is a trackway, says, "Was up?" was it's getting along in time now. Them young pups probably don't even know what that's all about. And Mr. Lee says, our peeps. Yeah, that's our people. Deb of the Web, or Deb the Web, is here. Welcome, Deb. Thanks for coming. Life says, I prefer Peeps stale, the candy ones. What? Gotcha. Donald says, what would really like to know what they experience. I want to camp out at that spot. Yeah, well, I'm going to go into that a little bit tonight. Chessboard says, hello, Lockbeard and everybody else. Welcome, Chessboard. Donald says, dope. Thank you, Lock. You're welcome. You're welcome. The real Pauly T. The real Pauly T. I wonder if this is a play off of the real Donald Trump. He says, evening to all the usual suspects. Welcome, Pauly T. Welcome to the tall ones. Brent's here. He says, howdy all. I'm listening in. Yeah, just so everybody knows, the reason why I try to read, the reason why I read the comments the way I do is so the people that are listening kind of know what's going on. Who's talking? Am I saying all this stuff? Or I try to make sure that you kind of know whose comment I'm reading, because things can get quite confusing. But people watching may be like, why does he read this like this? Life says, gotta try Berry Peeps, Jen. They're awesome. Uncle Bones is here. Welcome. Thank you for coming, Uncle Bones. Who else we got? Lots of highs, hellos, what's ups, and so on and so forth, etc. Ergo. Yeah. Do I got everybody? No, I do not got everybody. Hold on a second. Danny says he's listening. Welcome to the show, Danny. Yeah, Danny's another one that wants answers about that story. That was an interesting little exchange there, I think. But, knowing you, like the way it may have come across to Mogs, it may have read a little stronger than you had intended. But that's but he relaxed after a second. For a minute there, I thought he kind of got a little irritated, but yeah, if they don't want to tell, they don't want to tell. But I certainly would like to know a lot more about what happened, as well as some things about the trip. Jay's and CVB's and Judy's trip, in particular. There, again, we'll go into that a little bit. The real Pauly T says it's a play on I'm the real Shady. Okay. As in Slim, the Slim Shady. Would the real Slim Shady please stand up, he says. I was never into Slim Shady. Life says my son constantly brings home unusual candies to drink, so fortunately and unfortunately we get to try off the wall candies. Awesome. He's getting to where I need to just avoid that stuff more and more. It just affects me more and more. Like so many things do. Like aspartame, like I told you guys. I had I stopped the aspartame. I hadn't had any. Then I had two Red Bulls, just regular size Red Bulls, one day, and it just messed me up. It's like I don't know if I just got so saturated because of the different stuff. Because trying to eat sugar free, you end up eating artificial sweeteners a lot, and aspartame's one of them. And aspartame is just evil. Like it's so scary what happens. Like I swear, it's like my blood flow in my head is gone or something. I don't know. So I'm really trying to avoid it like the plague. But sugar's, just as bad for other reasons. If I eat any kind of carbs, really, I have these ups and these downs, and I just can't. My energy level's all jacked up. My thought, like I can't think sometimes. If your blood sugar gets really low, well, your brain, anyway. So I can't, like, there's so much shit I can't eat. There's so much shit I can't eat. So, um, and it's hard. It's hard to, because all the time trying to avoid stuff, and and then what do you get? When it can be difficult at times. Deb says hello, everyone, and Lockbeard always watching on my TV. Just wanted to say hi, Deb Bryan. Is that Deb the Web? Did you change your name, or is that a different Deb? But either way, welcome, and thanks for watching. Danny says because Smoke's a dick. Oh, come on, Danny. Italy says, Mark, I've had an all right day. Met a dwarf from Serbia called Dracula. You should have taken him out to your pub, Mr. Lee. Mark Dobman's here. What's up? He says, you're pulling my leg, Mr. Lee. I don't think he is. I don't think he is. Grasshopper says everything is killing us when we eat so many chemicals and preservatives. Yeah. Paramedic says, yeah, bad time on Danny's comment. If he would have sent it a little later, it wouldn't have flipped Smoke's switch. Hey, all listening. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it was kind of a stressful situation. Well, I mean, for one, Mogs, obviously, and Nikki and the rest were obviously very upset when they couldn't find them. They were lost in, the Arizona wilderness, for fuck's sake. A lot of crazy shit can go wrong there. And we'll get into more of that here in a little bit. Because I don't think a lot of people understand how fucking deadly that place can be if you land in the wrong goddamn place. Mr. Lee says Red Bull makes me shake, man. Heart palpitations. Yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. That heart palpitations that was the first really kind of aspartame came on my radar was when I was about 30. I was drinking a lot of Diet Sprite to try and stay away from the sugar, but the problem is it's sweetened with aspartame, and I was like, what I had thought it was something called heart racing, because like my heart felt like there was someone squeezing a water hose in my chest. So I thought I was having heart attacks. Well, once I figured out that it was the aspartame, because I was looking up, I was like, what is weird that because I'm too young, I'm too healthy, too young. And for that to happen, it had to be something weird. And I was drinking a lot of this Diet Sprite, so I looked up everything on the Diet Sprite ingredients list, and aspartame has this long list of side effects. One of the side effects is heart palpitations. I stopped using it. The problem went away. But it always, because they still sweeten stuff with aspartame. They shouldn't. They need to get rid of the damn shit. Why the FDA allows it to exist when it's this big of a problem, Same here. Anxiety to the 10th degree, Mr. Lee. Yeah. I don't even want to talk about that. I would have liked to go to the rim. I don't know. Paramedic says, Mr. Lee, did he suck the blood out of anything? He couldn't reach very high, I'm guessing. Dang. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, I have the same thing. Sometimes I'm afraid to fucking eat, man. Life says, well, aspartame turns into formaldehyde below body temps. Now try being deathly allergic to fried food like I am. Yeah, seriously, dude. Seriously. Jen says just say no to diet drinks, Lockbeard. Never a bad way to go. Yeah, I mean, I just need to stick to damn water. Because even like monsters aren't sweetened with aspartame, they're sweetened with artificial sweetener called sucralose, which has a whole bunch of problems. It's caused me issues in the past that landed me at the doctors and procedures, and the doctors not figuring it out. The dentist thing, I think I've gone over that before. He'll goddamn ass, and it turns out that it's really just something I was consuming too excessively, a chemical called sucralose. So when I backed off of it, the problems went away. Danny says, I just believe when someone has an encounter or experience, they should tell as soon as possible why the event is fresh in their mind. So we investigators get more details. Don't wait a freaking year. I mean, I hear you, Danny. Everybody's sitting on the edge of their seats and about this situation. And but remember that this group of people, they're part of this whole community, right? So they know that, and they're sitting down and really having a discussion amongst people they can trust who aren't, because they're not sitting down with it isn't like when you had like a Bigfoot encounter and then you go and try and tell family and they're all laughing at you. They might try to act serious, but they're really laughing at you. They don't believe you, and they're no help for you, and you can't truly talk things through with someone who doesn't fucking believe you. And it sounds like that whatever happened to them out there really messed them up. So I guess they need to process it, but they're talking it out. The only thing I would say, because I'm already seeing it where, and I could be wrong, where too much is being read into some stuff. I don't want to be too. I don't know if I should go too hard on this just yet. The deal about stuff disappearing in pictures that they swear they saw. Look, if you're lost, you already got Bigfoot and ghosts and shit on your mind, right? And you're lost. You're in a fucking Arizona desert in the mountains, and there's shit going down around you, and the mind can start playing tricks on you. So they may think they saw stuff that should be in the pictures. I don't know. I don't want really. I'm not trying to attack anything or. I just would say just keep in mind that you still could be mistaken. You still could be mistaken about stuff, about what actually occurred, and yeah. But I'm sure they'll tell. They know they got to tell, right? They got to. Eventually, they got to tell because of everybody here. I think Moggs looked more like a Richard than a bandana more like a Richard with the bandana than a Dick. What? Visually says paramedic, not very high. My sister took pictures of us. He is the coolest guy, man. Down by the water, coffee. I'm down just water and coffee, says Live. Grasshopper says Steve and Jay will talk when they're ready. We need to leave them alone. Mark says, was he over there for the games, Mr. Lee? Jen says, exactly, Grasshopper. It's not our timetable. Not on our timetable. Chessport says, Grasshopper, don't forget Judy also. Yeah. Jen can table me anytime, says Grasshopper. I realized that after I typed it. says Chess. Yeah, don't forget Jay. So yeah, there was 3 people there, right? Mr. Lee says, Mark, no, he's in my new sister-in-law's sister's husband's. What the? Rex says that sounds like another name for saccharin. It might be. I don't know. I don't think it is, but it might be. Sucralose. Mr. Lee's getting a toy. I find it difficult to discuss my encounters with paranormal. It's difficult to explain to. Yeah, being an asshole is my job, says Danny. Yeah, you know. Jesper says, no, it did not, man. Or Mr. Lee says that. Postal lost it. What? Brian and Chewy go hiking. He says, late to the party, but I'm here. Hello, folks. Hey, Lockbeard. Welcome, Brian Chewy. Saw you jumped on the live show the other night. Told some stuff. Paramedic says 3 witnesses, though. Yeah, I mean, that's good, you know. If they can be honest with themselves and say, look, you know, this is what I thought I saw, and then the other ones can not let what they heard this person say affect what they actually think they saw. You know what I mean? And that's why, you know, police separate people. You know, don't let everyone sit there and, you know, tell the story together. It's almost like, you know, like, I guess Mogs or somebody there could have, you know, might have thought of. I don't know if that, because Mogs, you know, he's got some police in his family. He maybe did cross his mind. I don't know, to say, okay, y'all just don't talk yet. I want to talk to each of you individually. You know, and do this proper life, because they can affect each other's recollection, the memories, and like Daily Dan saying, yeah, the memories will fade and get jumbled, and the mind starts filling in shit. Like the human mind does weird shit with memory, so you really gotta work it out first thing. Write it down, maybe even record. Mr. Lee says, Dan, you can be a real douchebag at times. Yes, what the hell? There's Mogs is here. He says they don't have to tell shit. And that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Chessport says the stream, and welcome, Mogs. Chessport says the stream only runs in one direction. Says hello to Brian and Chewy go hiking. A little confused by that. Don't cross the streams; it would be bad. Yes, yeah, you're not supposed to cross the streams. You're supposed to cross the streams, man. Dan says, on another note, my kids in my neighborhood said they saw a large hairy bear thing running through the woods on hind legs. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. Sucralose is splendid, says Jen. Mr. Moog says, think, question mark, I know what I saw. Is that what CVB says? Danny says, I investigated what they said, found the craziest hair sample I ever seen that smells like raw sewage. Video up now on here, the Daily Dan blog. Am I actually caught up in the chat? What I got down here? Oh, I got here's a ghost. I don't know. This is a ghost. See if you got, okay, this it's a barber shop, obviously. I don't know. This looks like it could be faked. I don't know. But you see the blue shroud there on that chair, and then above it there's a head like with a hair on it, with a wig or something on it. So watch those items. Watch those items. Let's see if I can get this to play.
Oh shit, oh hell, no. Hell no. Did you just oh shit, oh hell no. That's crazy shit going on up in here. Okay, guys, that shit right there just blue. Just, oh, fuck that. Can we put the security thing back? Because that just moved. Like, that just moved. Like, that just moved. I'm not going to break it. That right there just moved. Like, just, that just moved. I'm not going to break that.
And the head moves right about.
Can we put the security thing back? Because that just moved. Like, that just moved.
Yeah.
Like, that just moved. I'm not going to break.
I don't know. I think that one could be faked. Could be real though. Could be real. So it's old. It's not new or anything, but it's just one I hadn't seen before. I don't know if you guys have seen it. And Mr. Lee says, Dan, I will not be watching it. Just saying. What? Parmax says, I have never spoken to my cousin or my best friend about our encounters years ago. It would be interesting to record that for you all, but I don't want to put them through it. Cousin no longer hunts. Bleep moved, yeah. Pickles reporting on me. Serbian pickles. Danny says, Mr. Lee, I could care less what you do. Really, it's true. Donald says it's fake. Donald says it's fake. Dan, you do though. Yeah, and the head rotates. Yeah. There's Nikki. Welcome. What is up? What is up? So let me see here. So what had happened was I was sitting out I was at a restaurant. I was at a Freddy's restaurant. You know, the frozen custard place. You may not have it in some of your areas. I don't know. Anyway, they have the steak burgers. And I got me, a stack of patties with cheese on it. I was sitting, here, but in the parking lot there, eating my burger patties. And this guy walks up to me. This is one thing. People need to stop walking up to me. Whatever you want, I don't give a fuck. Do not walk up to me. Do I have a sign on this motherfucker saying bother me, bug me? I wonder if I should have a weapon always ready and just every time someone walks up on me, just pull it out. I'm sick of motherfuckers walking up on me. I don't care what you want. I don't care. Get the fuck away from me. No, I'm not going to give you a light. I don't smoke. I got lighters, but I'm not going to give you a fucking light. I'm not, because next time they see me, they're going to be, oh, I know this guy's got a light. Now get the fuck out of here. And then he's talking about how I'm not, just because I'm in a public place doesn't necessarily mean I'm looking to interact with goddamn public. This guy walks up and hands me this shit. But LOCKBEARD, you look like you could use $10. $10 for what? Oh, fuck that. Nobody's walking up handing me any goddamn money. One time this guy did try, but it's because he was fucking nuts. I didn't take his money. I think we talked about that before. No big deal, but Don't have frozen. Well, I wasn't eating the damn custard. I was eating the steak burger patties. Moog says, "Hey everybody, Judy J and I are about to head home. Stevie B, good to hear. Be careful. Everybody is wishes you a safe trip." Mr. Lee says, "All crackheads ask me for a spare cigarette." No, man. Well, yeah, I mean, there's like one place to go here, and there's a guy always sitting out there, and people, he tried giving me his story twice, and the first time I was nice about telling him no, and then the second time, because no, get the fuck away from me. I go to this place a lot, and this dude's always sitting there, and not the dude that gave me this. This dude is always, he's not always there, but he's hangs out there for like an hour or so. I don't know if it's a gas station. I don't know if they can't kick him off, but I know some people complain about him. But I see him, he's always going into the Powerball machine. He's like, if people, if you don't know that person yourself personally and know for a fact their situation, do not give them money, because they waste it on drugs and alcohol. I've seen so many cases of this. And in this case, like, I see the guy smoking, but I also see him at that Powerball machine all the goddamn time. These people are giving him change thinking they're feeding this poor guy. No, he's he's wasting on gambling. Don't give people that you don't know money. If there are people who know him, who can help him, right? There's people that may need help that you can help. There's people that know him. You got to ask, where the fuck is his family? Where the fuck is his friends? Why aren't they helping him? Maybe you shouldn't help him. There's a lot of cases you hear about with these people that they're acting like they're poor, but they're really not. They go home to a nice big house, they make a ton of money. So Wife says I was just kidding. Yeah. Oh, I could use $10, but I'm just saying I don't like people. Look, I can interact with you guys pretty comfortably because there's a goddamn internet between us. There's an electronic storm of fucking clusterfuck interwebs between us. But Steve B, which route are you taking back, I-40 or 44? Says Pyromedic. Safe trip, says Brian Chewy. Be careful, says Rex. Jen says, give everyone a hug from me, Stevie. Nikki says, safe travels, my friends. Be safe. Blessing, says Chessboard. Rex says, wherever I go, I'm carrying Second Amendment. Yeah. Moog says, Pyro, don't know yet. Flash flood warnings have us waiting a bit before we leave. Emma Johnson's here. Welcome to the chat, Emma. Moog says, thank you, Chessboard. Catch up in the chat gets away from me sometimes. So anyway, this guy hands me this flyer. It's religious. It shouldn't even, or it's not reversed. Good. Don't look reversed on my end anyway. Anyway, which I didn't say anything to him. I just took it and went on. But let's look at this. Millions of people have reported sightings of UFOs, which are also called flying saucers. There isn't any need to deny that UFOs exist because they do exist. This is what that says starting out. And then, it just goes into their whole spiel, and then they get to where they carry on. It says, because what does it say there? Wonders in heaven, signs in the earth beneath. Did you know that the heavenly structure has changed immensely? Try and get this where I can show it, but has changed immensely. Also, did you know that those UFOs or flying saucers that people have been seeing are actually angels surveying the earth before they pour out the wrath of God upon the earth to destroy it? God has always dispatched his angels to pour out his wrath upon the sinners of the earth. Holy shit, dude. Mr. Lee says homeless peeps make a lot of money in London, more than me in a day. Just saying, man. Yeah. They're cleaning up, and you know, we talked about that before. You know, like the ones in where place I used to live. Like I knew, like they were going down, they were taking people's money, going down to the dollar store, buying Dollar General brand mouthwash and drinking the shit out of mouthwash, because there were mouthwash bottles all over the alley. They go back in the alley, drink mouthwash. Nobody has breath that fucking bad. There are mouthwash bottles all over the goddamn place. Danny says, having a nightmare of thunderstorms day here all day. The good thing is it dropped the temperature from 101 to around 74. Yeah, we've had a kind of a similar thing, because the temperatures were getting up to 105, 106. And today it got up to, I think, 83, 84. I think it got to 86. But it was like 82 or 83 right now. There's some clouds. There's a little bit of wind. There's spotty rain abouts, but I don't know if we're going to get any more today, but we're supposed to. So I'll take it. The computer's definitely happier. This damn thing does not like the heat. Uncle Bones says to Moog, safe travel. Love you guys and girls. Moog says to everybody, thank you for the well wishes. We love you all. That's from Stevie B, it looks like. Donald says, be safe, Stevie, Judy, and the knucklehead. Danny says, Stevie, you all be careful and have a safe trip. Mr. Lee says, mouthwash. Oh my God, that's a new one. Cough mixture here and poppers, petrol, blah. Yeah. Chessboard says, Lockbird, there is alcohol mouthwash. Soldiers used to drink medicine called GI gin. Yeah. It's sad. I mean, but you just can't. You can't. And even if their family and friends won't help them, I mean, there's churches or organizations or government options. If they're not getting what they need from all that, then because look, you can't starve. They're not letting them starve. At the end of the day, they're most likely using this money. Not always. I'm just saying, you don't know. And a lot of the time, you're just throwing your money to drugs, alcohol. In the case of this dude, apparently a gambling addiction. I mean, I'm not there for very long. I may stop in there once a day. I may be there for 5-10 minutes. And I've seen this guy at that damn lottery machine over and over and over again. That means he's at that damn thing a lot. So Donald says, nice and cool here today. Can't take that heat much more. Yeah. So I don't know. I found one video where, according to the title, it's shaped like an angel, maybe, but I don't think they're angels. Maybe people thought they were angels sometimes in the past when they saw them, but Okay, they didn't have to red circle this. But they did. Donald says, nice and cool here today. Can't take that much more. I read that already. Brian Chewy says, yeah, Donald, Cold Peaks, New Hampshire. Put a jacket on? Holy crap. Life says, people get addicted in different ways. Scratchers get me holding up the gas stations while people are trying to get to work. Yeah. Yeah. Moke says, not an angel. Yeah. Well, you don't see any point of it moving. Like, it's moving really slowly and it's just going, directly up. So these two factors make it like way less likely to be something interesting to me. This could be some like a group of balloons for all we know, or some other ridiculousness. Now, if it exhibits insane speed and insane change in trajectory at high speed, or it moves in any direction other than straight up and down or following the wind, then we're starting to talk about things more interesting. But this is not really Chicago Mothman. Swamp gas, says Grasshopper. Danny says drone. Mylar balloons, says Donald. Yeah. Anyway, I can't find a lot of, in the way of anything that looks like an angel. So why do you think why these people, who are these people? They're Tony Alamo Christian Ministries. You guys should really just leave the UFOs out of your stuff. It isn't helping. I guess I should have read through. I mean, I didn't want to spend too much time reading a bunch of this, but holy crap. What in the hell am I looking at? All right. See if I can get that. God's Air Force, the flying saucers, the UFOs are surveying the Earth right now in preparation for these final judgments of God. Laugh if you will, but there really are flying saucers piloted by angels. Millions of people have seen them, and they're not from another planet. Fuck. These people lost their goddamn mind. This is worse than I thought. Look at this shit. They're not helping things. The only way they could be worse, is if they were what was the name of that church? The church that had the website up, it was like 20 years ago, something like that. I think it was Westboro Baptist Church, where this gay guy had gotten killed, and they put on their website a picture of this poor guy with flames around the picture, and then it had where you could click to hear his screams from hell. Yeah. Yeah, you guys probably heard of them, the Westboro Baptist Church, man. Goddamn evil ass shit that is right there. What is Mylar balloons? Mr. Lee, you may be in bigger trouble with your girlfriend than we thought. That would be kite, drone, scene and wobble. Them balloons that look like tinfoil, Mr. Lee. Says Donald. Ruther says something put up there to put insane ideas in people's heads. Yeah. Danny says I saw a video where these goofs had a drone with a witch riding a broom flying around freaking people out. Yeah, I mean, we can make stuff like this now. It's like you can't just say, well, I saw it, it must be there. It's like there's a one that was a drone that's made to look like a pterosaur. Well, some people might see that and say, I think I literally saw a pterosaur. No, you don't know that. And that's just adds another dimension to this, right? Because the person says, I know I saw a pterosaur. That was not a heron, right? Because you look at a heron, it's got the feather coming off the back of the head. It looks like it could be a crest. You could see how some people might mistake that for a pterosaur. Even if it's someone you think you can be really certain that they can't be fooled by even a heron, man, they can make some realistic shit nowadays. That's why a Patty style film isn't going to do anything. It's nothing right now. The Patty film is good because of the time in which it happened. That that a film that good today isn't the same level of evidence as it was at that time. Yeah, welcome to the chat, Ruthless. If I didn't say so already. Jen says no movements, balloons would be moving around, I think, but not an angel. Yeah, apparently the angels are the pilots of the UFO. So I guess the pictures I put on the thumbnail are far more accurate, especially the one right in the middle. Grasshopper says, I have no idea what's going on in the world now. Last days of another Earth cycle. Who the fuck knows? I'm too old to bother with it now. Yeah, he's got you've gotten to that point where your give a shit has run completely the hell out. Grasshopper says the history we've been told is wrong. The daily changes are off the charts. The future is impossible to tell. Yeah. Well, they've lied. They've lied to us about so much. There's been so much misdirection. It's why it's even more important now for people to be good, logical, objective, critical thinkers. Um, just because you hear something on the news doesn't mean it's true at all. They may show you some video, but if they edit stuff cleverly enough, they can make you believe the exact opposite occurred than what you actually see in the video. It's just editing, right? So you got to be careful. It's like that thing with what was it, Buzz Aldrin, right? And they took this short clip of the conversation that he was having with that little girl, and it sounded like, if you just watch that clip, this is really simple too. This was simple editing, just a little clip out of context. It sounds like he's telling the little girl, "We never went to the moon." But if you watch the entire conversation, does he word shit kind of weird? Yeah. But I think he was trying to figure out how to say this to a little girl, in a simple enough manner, and that's where he was having his issues. At any rate, he did not say that. That's not what he fucking said. But if you watch that little clip that these freaking flat earthers and shit put up, it makes it sound like he told the little girl we didn't go to the moon. That's not what he fucking said. Go watch the whole interview. So yeah, it's just countless psyops running today. Yeah. Mind fuck, man. Mr. Lee says Todd Standing Muppets people believed too. Yeah. Donald says there is something fucked up when we got people pushing eating insects. What the fuck? Well, used to wouldn't give that much thought. People have ate insects, here and there for forever. That's not a big deal. It's just that now they want to take away, you got the whole agenda to take away, our natural food, which is meat for humans. It was funny that Nikki jumped on Joe's show, I think it was the other day, and that water deer came back up, the one with the big fucking fangs, and of course, when you get in a debate with vegans about what humans are designed to eat, they like to bring up the fact that we have a canine, yeah, but it's not big enough to do anything. It's not designed for killing prey. It's because humans didn't evolve to kill prey with our goddamn teeth. We evolved from something very similar to chimpanzee. We have a common ancestor with the chimpanzee. Chimpanzees have pretty good sized canines. They only eat meat 3, 4, 5% of the time. Sometimes they eat each other. But it's not really their method of taking out prey. It's not what those canines are for. I think it's display and stuff like that. Gorillas, it's definitely got to be, because gorillas are 100% herbivorous. They're vegetarian. They have these big fucking fangs. Humans completely lost their fangs, or canines. I shouldn't call it fangs, I guess, but or not completely lost. They're still there, but they're just really diminished. They're not useful for tearing flesh or killing animals. We do what chimpanzees and our common ancestor did, using simple tools they started out with, and we just got to where we made better and better and better tools and got smarter. We use our mind and we use our tools: spears, traps, nets, coordinated hunts. That's how we kill our prey. We don't use claws and teeth. We use tools and our brains. And the vegans, it's completely lost in those vegans. Well, this water deer is another example of how, you're trying to say canines equals predator, right? Well, that deer is not a goddamn predator. It's just son of a bitch. But yeah, it's just that they're trying to take away our meat is what my issue is. I don't care if some people eat insects. There's some people that eat tarantulas out there, which probably gross out a lot of people here, as we discovered with the whole spider thing, right? Grasshopper says, now I want to smoke. Stuff like that here. Going out in the 95 heat, dedicated to my addition of carbon monoxide climate change. Oh, don't worry. You aren't going to change any goddamn climate. One of these days, if I have like a proper office or something, studio, I guess we'd call it, I'll hang out my damn diploma behind me so I can point at that motherfucker and say, see that? That's my diploma for environmental management, which means I'm at least 10 times more qualified to speak on global warming than most of you fucks out there that are out there saying, the earth is changing. We got to take away, you got to stop, you can't have any fucking meat because cows fart. You can't drive your car. Absolutely insanely wrong. Absolutely insanely wrong. Okay, look. Got to come up with a really short version. Like, all right, you see rock layers, right? In a hillside somewhere in the mountains, it's starting to erode away. The mountains wear away. Occasionally, as those rock layers are eroded into, occasionally there will be oil or coal, released naturally by erosion. There was no need for man to do it. And sometimes a fire might come through from lightning or something and catch some of that shit on fire. You'll have things like the tar pits, all those animals fell in. It's a natural thing. Nature made oil and coal. It will be released by nature at some point. It's just in such long time spans that humans hardly ever run across it. Now, here we are. We're running into it, but instead of it just being kind of wasted energy, which it isn't always wasted, like oil, there are microbes that actually eat crude oil. It is food for something. It's not like it's something that's alien, it's chemical outside of nature. It's not. It's part of nature. If people just get upset when they see a pelican covered in oil and it fucking dies, well, shit dies. Shit dies all the time in nature. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when fucking Yellowstone caldera blows up, kills half the people in the area and tons of animals, levels fucking forest, and fucking kills all agriculture in much of the U.S. for a while, and then all the animals? There's gonna be massive death. That's fucking nature being the goddamn bitch. And so these people are trying to say that we're somehow evil for using these fossil fuels that will be released by nature naturally sooner or later at some point. There's all the time methane bubbling up everywhere, all over, lots of places. This is nature. The only difference is with us using it is that we use it in a controlled manner. We take it and we extract energy from it, and the CO2 goes in the atmosphere. The plants gobble it up. Places where the limiting factor to the growth is the CO2. Not everywhere is like that, but some places it is. If you add CO2, what you're going to get is more plant growth, more algae growth, and then they just gobble up the extra CO2 until it gets down to the equilibrium level of what the Earth is trying to stay at right now. The Earth wants to be at a particular equilibrium level right now, depending on the main thermostat of the Earth, the sun, that big fucking gigantic ball of fuck in the sky. That's what controls the temperature of the Earth. And humans, we're just we can do a little bit. We can affect it very, very slightly, but our effect is so negligible, it's laughable that anyone ever made an issue of this. It really is. Absolutely laughable. Especially after the 70s when they tried to say we were heading into a goddamn ice age, and now they're flipping around, oh, we're going to have global warming. Florida's going to be fucking gone. Well, here we are 30 years later. Florida's still the fuck there. Still the fuck there. Not, it's fuck. That was a whole tangent. Chessboard says, Donald, they want the real meat and veggies for themselves. Well, they can have the veggies. I let them eat the veggies. Earth is wrinkled. Quick. Get the universal iron. Be good to each other, says Ruthless. See ya, Ruthless. It's a messed up idea in my mind. I'm not about to eat insects. Well, don't eat them. Yeah, I don't really want to eat them either. Live says they ain't bad. Hot sauce can make anything taste good. Mr. Lee says, Donald, I like to eat insects infused with honey. They tasty, man. And chocolate, says Life. Fried crickets. Mr. Lee likes fried crickets. Donald says, Mr. Lee tease. I guess he means, is that honey keto? No, that honey is not keto. Rex says I prefer venison back straps. Now don't forget to fry it in some of that deer brain with it. That's good fats for you. Donald says, debatable. Or Mr. Lee says to Donald, that's debatable. Life says, I'm not big on backstraps, but venison burger mixed with onion powder is delicious. Meat, give me the meat, says Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee wants Rex to give him his meat. Did she run off? Ah, she's still back there. Dog spooked by an oncoming. Well, I don't think it's going to be much of a storm. She's just sitting back there. Danny says that sad people in England are starving so bad they have to eat bugs. Yeah, there's people that eat tarantulas, man. It's Mirror 104 to 106 here, says Papa Craig. Welcome to the chat, Papa Craig. Chessport says, Donald, same scenario. Best Buy will not give you a gift certificate over $600, all in the name to stop money laundering. Everybody's saying hellos and whatnots. Papa says, Mr. Lee, that's what Nana said. That you're hot. Mr. Lee said Papa Craig is hot. And that's what Nana says. Mr. says Papa Craig. Life says, after Yellowstone blows up, enjoy the quiet, maybe? Yeah, enjoy the quiet. Just be eating a lot of people jerky, probably. Donald says, chessboard, yes, we can even buy them prepaid credit cards here in Vermont because of the potential, or you can't even buy them because of the potential of money laundering. Mr. Lee says, Nana, great minds think alike. Papa Craig says, we are in more danger from a volcano or asteroid than man-made carbon dioxide. Yeah. I mean, really, reality, look, people just got to remember, the Earth is in any system is in a state of equilibrium. The Earth overall is in a state of equilibrium. The Earth is, well, it's part of the system of the sun, right? It's within, in a way, the atmosphere of the sun. It's affected by the sun drastically. The temperature, the fluctuations of the sun is what controls the temperature of the Earth. What we need to do is stop trying to say, oh, humans are causing this shit and we need to make all these inconveniences and cost all this money for people and destroy small businesses and tax people and destroy, certain food industries and generally take power away from people and give it to government, in the name of global warming. We need to stop doing all that shit and work towards being better prepared to adapt to changes. I think one of those adaptations is become more mobile. Humans were mobile for hundreds of thousands of years, and only in the last 10 to 15,000 years did we really start becoming this sedentary thing that we've become. Everyone, travel trailers, RVs, that kind of thing, and then that way, because like if you have these people have these big fucking beach houses, right? Get blown away by a hurricane every so often, and they just rebuild and blah blah blah. No, just get the fuck out. Just always be ready to get the fuck out. There's fires coming across. Well, either build a house that won't fucking burn, or don't even have a house there. You have a piece of land and you live in your RV. Why do you have to have a big, there's people that have these big fucking houses and they don't really need them. I mean, I've seen them. Like there's this one rich couple comes to mind right now. They never had kids. They got a big fucking house. Do you really need all that? If you've got kids, maybe, and if you expect a lot of guests, maybe, I don't know, but at least build a house where it won't fucking burn or it won't blow away. Work towards that. And of course, the government isn't helping people with that. Like new construction, if they would just say, look, I don't know what they could do. It seems to me that a lot of these measures really doesn't cost more. And in the long run, it'll save you a ton of money. And that's a whole nother subject to go into, but save you a ton of money. Chessport says, Donald Fuller, I read this morning Wally World is going to start selling used items. No. I barely want to touch anything in Wally World because, there's some nasty characters in there. Mr. Lee says, how old are humans exactly? That's a hard one. Now, anthropologists will tell you one thing, and then I will tell you way older than that. But you also got to keep in mind that we've changed over time. So you're asking about something you're really asking about pinpointing a point in time when humans started, right? And it's not really like that. There's a period of time where this thing over here was turning into this thing over here. And if you took one of these and went back in time and put it with one of these and tried to interbreed them, it wouldn't work because they've fully speciated, right? So it's hard to say, you know. But if you want to talk about the line, the thing that differentiated and split off from what the ancestor that we share with chimpanzees, 6 to 7 million years. But anthropologists will tell you there was this thing and that thing, and Homo erectus and Homo heidelbergensis and Homo neanderthalensis and all these different things. Ergaster, Denosophanes, fucking Floresiensis. All of those things are fucking humans. And I guarantee, if the evidence that I need ever came, I say I need, I'm not in that particular science, but if I was, I guarantee I'd be vindicated eventually. They would eventually be like, holy shit, who is this fucking douchebag in Oklahoma that figured out that those were all Homo sapiens, including Sasquatch? I think all the goddamn evidence is laying around. I've been trying to explain, but I'm just not, maybe I'm not the best at explaining shit. Papa Crick says they said all the animals were going to freeze to death in the 70s. By 1985, 90% of the critters would be extinct. Yeah. They were wrong then. They're fucking wrong now. But they could have been right, and they could be right now. Not that humans are causing anything, but just that sometimes the Earth does wonky shit and freezes some shit or heats way the hell up. So either one could happen anytime, and it really there's nothing much we can do about it. We the only thing you can do is if say the world heats up suddenly, that's why you need to be ready to goddamn move. If you're out, you don't want a bunch of homes built along the seashore, because at any time those homes they're more likely to get destroyed. If not from sea level rise, from goddamn tsunamis or some shit. An asteroid can hit hundreds of miles offshore and your house is still going down. So just don't build shit along the shore. Don't build shit along the shore. It's a bad idea. And be ready to evacuate. Like now Florida be totally fucked. The whole fucking state is so low that let's say there was a tsunami on the way, they wouldn't be able to evacuate. So what they need to do in Florida, if they want to maintain a population that can't evacuate fast enough to save everybody, is build some serious bunkers that can handle whatever nature throws. But they're not going to do that. It costs too much money. Shit, we've never seen this shit happen. Well, you've never seen this shit happen, but it could happen. And the day that it does happen is like, I'm sure everybody during all these disasters, the fires, the hurricanes, all this shit, thought, oh, this shit ain't going to happen. But then it fucking happens one day and you're like, oh, what the fuck? It's horrible. Help these people. It's going to cost us billions to fix this situation. Well, and here I've been for years fucking saying to people, and of course nobody's listening to me, and many other people saying, you need to be better prepared for this shit. You can prepare enough where nobody fucking dies. That is absolutely a goddamn fact. But nobody wants to do it because they don't want to pay the money. But you pay more later to mitigate the situation. The lost lives alone is all you really need as a reason. But our government don't give a fuck about those lives. But think about the cost. Think about the goddamn cost then, since you're government. And that's all you fucking give a shit about. But the people need to outcry. You need to step up and say, look, there's these people out here. They used to think they're crazy, but then this shit happened and a bunch of people fucking died. And, if we'd listened to this guy over here, those people would not have died. Not fucking one. Not fucking one. We need to be better prepared.
Man, Bert, you put a whole new shine on the word overkill.
When you need it and don't have it, you sing a different tune.
Yeah.
Exactly. Burt Gummer, one of the best characters ever. Brent says it's the Milankovic cycle that mainly controls the climate. We don't help polluting the planet. It's bad in places like India and China. Yeah, they're just poisoning the air. Like, you can't even breathe your own goddamn air sometimes. That's a whole different deal. That's not greenhouse effect. That's you're just putting toxins in the air. And that's where we should be focusing more with our environmental efforts is not putting toxins in the air. CO2 is just not a toxin. It just isn't. And welcome to the tall ones if we didn't already welcome. I think he was, well, no, I said welcome to him earlier. Miss Lee says, Graham Hancock says we way underestimated how old humans been here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what he's getting at there. If he's saying depends on what he means by that. You know, some people say that and next thing you know, they're talking about humans came from another planet. Humans did not come from another planet. We are clearly genetically linked with the life on this planet. That's just indisputable. But as far as, you know, we being capable of civilization as we are now, I think we were better in the past. I think that last civilization was actually far better than ours. And the government may have an inkling of this, and the public is just starting to become aware little by little because of people like Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson. You know, we're talking about a civilization. I don't know how old it is, ending roughly 15,000 years ago, going back perhaps 20,000 years before that. And maybe there was a fall before that and another civilization that existed earlier, for all we know. There could have been 10 rises and falls. It's hard to say at this point, but there was definitely one major, highly advanced civilization that I guarantee you had anti-gravity technology. Guarantee you. There's no way they did all this shit. No way. No, it's not fucking possible without anti-gravity. They had to have anti-gravity technology. And that's a real thing, a real possibility for anybody that thinks it's just sci-fi. We need to dig deeper. Yeah. Papa says, Mr. Lee, I wonder sometimes if there weren't people living at the time of the dinosaurs and survived. No, there weren't people living at the time of the dinosaurs. There's not, the fossil record very clearly doesn't show that, but yeah, and that's not what Graham Hancock would be saying. I would not think, and especially with his association with Randall Carlson, no, they're not going to be suggesting that kind of stuff there. Humans did not exist at the time of the dinosaurs. That's just not like those track. I think we talked about that trackway that a lot of them like, oh, look at well, there's a human footprint. Yeah, it's a footprint in a line of footprints that are all dinosaur, but you see one that's kind of a malformed print, and you're like, oh, it looks kind of like a human print. And then, no, there were no human footprints amongst dinosaur footprints. That was twisted by liars who want to push this whole young Earth nonsense, and the Earth being 6,000 or 7,000 years, complete nonsense. Just because they can't reconcile. They cannot reconcile their religious belief with what the science shows. You know, if you can't if you're a religious person who cannot deal with the fact that science shows these things, then you just need to stay out of the realm of science. You just don't have anything to do with it. Just go to church, be happy, pray, and do good works or whatever your deal is. Hand people flyers that say UFOs are piloted by God's angels. I didn't know God's angels needed spaceships, but apparently these guys say they do. Oh shit! Don't doubt it. Now, Mr. Lee, you really got to doubt that the humans didn't live alongside dinosaurs. Now, if pterosaurs really did survive the extinction, then you might be able to argue something along that. Except pterosaurs weren't dinosaurs; they lived at the same time as dinosaurs. But if you want to talk about maybe, something like a Stegosaurus or something, or Triceratops, or Brontosaurus, or it'd be hard. It'd really be hard to miss a Tyrannosaurus, but maybe some small raptors of some kind. Some people said they've seen them, right? I think they watched too much Jurassic Park, probably, and they saw something like, something I see out here, roadrunners. A lot of people might see a roadrunner and think, "Oh my gosh, it's a raptor." No, it's a fucking roadrunner. It's like a real thing. It doesn't look like the goddamn cartoon. But yeah, the only way humans lived alongside those kind of dinosaurs is if one of them survived the extinction event, and that these stories that they are out here is real. So Papa says, "Hey, Papa Craig," or Tallwin says, "Hey, Papa Craig." Donald says, "Trudeau won't want us going north for tolerable temps." Prick. Yeah, it'd be like that. What's that movie? The Day After Tomorrow. Oh, that was so ridiculous. Holy shit. Nikki says, "I absolutely love my big fucking house." Haha. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying. Because there was a day, like, it was like 2001. There I was living in a 3-bedroom house, couple bathrooms, fucking 2-car garage, I think it had in it. Had all this shit. I've reduced a lot since then. Now, pretty much everything I own is either in this vehicle or in a 5x10 storage unit. And so basically, I'm one trailer rental away from being able to load up and get the fuck out pretty damn quickly. Whereas someone in the house, they got all kinds of stuff, they got all kinds of furniture. It's going to take them a long time to truly get out. So if you do need to, like, evacuate, if the sea level is rising or something, you could be in a problem. Now, you're probably not, you're not close enough to the ocean to worry too much about that. But it could be something else. It could be some other reason why you have to move. Maybe the region devolves into chaos really, really quickly because of governmental breakdown, and then you find yourself basically shooting your way out. It's just a preparedness thing. Just thinking about how quickly could you truly bug out if you had to leave and you're not coming back. You can't. There's not going to be anything to come back to. There's potential situations where you could be there. Mr. Lee says, "Why Americans build wooden houses? We build brick at last, even in bombing." Yeah, that's one of my complaints. Is we do wood and so much stuff. We build these stick houses, and you're basically building a bonfire. And it's like that, and it's like I need to find that. I don't know. Did I ever find that picture for you guys where it was out west and the fires came through and this row after row you could see in this picture row after row houses had burned down, but there was one house in the middle of all of the destruction that was standing and perfectly fine, and it was a stucco house with tile roof because the fire couldn't burn it. I bet if we went back and found out where that neighborhood was, we'd find out everybody went back and built burnable houses back instead of like looking at the house and thinking, if we all built our houses like that guy, maybe the fucking neighborhood wouldn't burn down next time. Chessboard says, Papa Craig, is that why I saw the bear carrying a Mr. Heater? What the hell? I got to catch up in the chat. Latest report from archaeology is 4 or 5 million years, Mr. Lee, I think. Yeah. I think it's going to be pushed back further back, though. Tom Cruise is our evolved form. I think he's a devolved form. Conspiracy, the Coleman Camping Products. Tom Cruise is a reptilian. Says Mr. Lee to Trackway. Yeah, maybe. Dino people. Fred riding dinosaur. It's a chessboard. I'm probably going to end up skipping some stuff, so hope you guys aren't upset. Chessboard says Papa Craig supposed footprints in Texas River. Yeah, that's not. Those aren't human footprints. That was twisted. It's so hot, so I guess you missed it. Drake is here. Welcome. Thanks for coming. Danny says, oh my God, that Jones chick is on Nona Boss channel telling how she mentally connected to a murdered Bigfoot. Wow, I have 4 phones so I can watch multiple stuff. Well, I mean, put it on thumbnail, right? So the item designated LOCKBEARD-1 still has not been remote viewed by Mrs. Jones. So, and she's psychic, right? So she doesn't really need anybody to tell her that I have designated this object. She should fucking know, right? And we do know that spies for these channels, we got our Karens and our Kyles, right? Karens and Kyles who rush off, say, you know what Lockbeard said about your shit? Go right ahead. I don't give a fuck. Do it. But somebody's went and told them, right? They told either Tex or Jessica Jones, and so they know. They fucking know. The challenge has been laid, and I think that we have our answer, right? We have our answer. If she is able to remote view, because she's talking about this shit like it's all a goddamn fact. Like she said, I couldn't help myself. I had to watch, right? I watched it on high speed so I could get through it fast, but because it's fucking ridiculous. But basically she said that she saw and that did happen, and that this guy was forced to go dig up the bones and give it to the authorities and blah blah blah, this ridiculous shit, and people are eating this shit up and believing it. Look, everyone who's watching Jessica Jones, why don't you tell her, say, look, Lockbeard has offered you a chance to prove that you can actually remote view. If you won't prove that you can actually remote view, then all this shit you're telling us is bullshit. You made it all the fuck up. You're just sitting here making shit up. She went and researched the story and just basically told people what they wanted to fucking hear. Some variation of the story that seemed to reasonably fit. That's all she fucking does. until she proves otherwise. Hey, if she proves otherwise, if she remote views the object, all you got to do, Jessica, is tell me what it is and maybe some descriptors of the object. Because you can get in the mind of a Bigfoot that's dead, right? You went back in time with your mental powers and talked to a Bigfoot that was murdered by this guy. You got people believing this shit, Jessica Jones. Surely you can remote view an object, a simple object. You don't got to connect with it mentally. I guess you could and ask it, you know, how's life? But she's not gonna fucking do it. She's not gonna fucking. She can't goddamn do it, right? So everyone is like, "Oh my gosh, you're an asshole." No, dude, she's fucking lying until she proves, and she's got a convenient excuse of why she can't prove it. So whatever, what the fuck ever. I mean, you know, I'm not. You know, I'll say, hey, I guess I was wrong. Sorry, but
looked like a tasty teenage boy. Looked like a tasty teenage boy.
There you go. There you go. So I don't know, man. I wish it was true, but I haven't been able to get anyone to remote view shit for real. Nope. Donald says, I'm a county over from what they consider the most resilient from global warming, global climate change. Archie Bunker. Jones is a fruitcake. Danny says, Donald. Papa says, I think the tall ones has nailed it. The miss. I'm scrolling back, but how far back are you talking about? I can't go that far back. Papa says, chessboard, I saw some video that says that can't be human. It's erosion of some sort. Yeah, yes. It's because the footprints in the, you got, left, right, right. And one of the footprints looks human, but the rest of them are dinosaurs. So that's a defective footprint. Somehow it's, been, maybe the mud can't, because when you're walking through mud, does it always look just like your foot, right? Doesn't always look just like your foot. Sometimes the footprints are messed up. You slide or something, or you twist your foot. Cheese Freaks here. Welcome. Drake says, how the hell did they make every block of granite fit the wall perfectly? Well, and there's the thing, like an ancient civilization that was Bronze Age, even if they were Iron Age, right? They had to have advanced technology to make this shit work. And some of it we may not really understand just yet. Like there's been some speculation and stuff like that. Did they have lasers? Was it computer controlled? But they definitely did not move the massive amounts of rocks that are all very, very fucking huge and perfectly fit. Like it's too much. It's too much. There ain't been enough humans in history to fucking make this shit happen without some really serious technology. So yeah. Donald says Danny was Walter Olbera, the murderer. She gave a name. I forget the name that she said. She claimed it was somebody Hills or something. But again, her entire story is suspect. We can't believe shit she says. Danny says, I only listened to 5 minutes, all I could take tonight, trying to listen to the Beard of Knowledge and watching pay-per-view wrestling. Oh, shit. So I need to start whacking people with that fucking chair. Papa Craig says, I can still wonder, because Lockbeard is speculating about things he has no intimate knowledge. 98% of the fossil record ain't been found yet. Well, look, 98% is a very specific number. We don't know. We don't actually know um, how many fossils are actually in the ground. We know it's a very unique circumstances that cause fossils to be found, and we cannot expect to find fossils of every creature, because some creatures, their entire species existence is in habitats that are not conducive to fossil formation. So you would you would not expect to find a fossil of that species at all. If you do find one, you're just extremely lucky. But you got enough fossils that you can see very clearly the progression of everything. Because people say, like, for example, people were trying to say, well, humans did. We, they tried to use the excuse that there was, like, I can't remember. I think they said a 200,000 or eight. It was some number, right? It doesn't matter what the fucking number was. They said it was like, oh, there's an 800,000 year gap between us and the ancestor they claim is us. And then somebody found a fossil that was somewhere in between. And then they were like, oh, but there's a 400,000 year gap. And then someone found a fossil that was somewhere in between. And they're like, oh, but there's a 200,000 year fossil. Stop it. You got to stop it. Because every time someone tries to say that, there's another fossil found somewhere in between. So where do they go? They go to trying to discredit isotopic age dating, right? A lot of people only know carbon 14. Carbon 14 is just one of many isotopes that can be used for dating. And it's completely useless for really old stuff. It's pretty young stuff that we can use that for. So, like the people that were claiming, oh, we carbon 14 dated this Triceratops and it dated this age. You can't carbon 14 date a fucking Triceratops. It's too damn old. It's too damn old. You got to use other isotopes. But so even without that, you can look at the genetic relationships between creatures. So when we look at humans and chimpanzees, we can see very clear. We can see, like, one of our chromosomes. Because someone tried to say, well, if humans evolved from chimpanzees, why do humans have one less chromosome than chimpanzees? And they thought we got you now. We got you now. Well, for one, you're trying to imply that humans. Well, there's so many things wrong with this. I don't even know where to begin. Because they're assuming that the humans are the ones that you need to look to as being advanced. Look, there was one, and then it went in two different directions. Both sides, the chimps and the humans, have the same amount of evolutionary time behind them. One is not ahead of the other. Where every creature on the planet is got the same amount of evolutionary time behind it. It's just that we filled this niche and they filled that niche, and we do these things well and not other things not so well, and they have their things they do well and not so well, and so, but besides that, what they discovered is that there was a chromosomal fusion. Two of the chromosomes from the common ancestor became fused end to end. They found that it had double centromeres in that chromosome, and you can match the genes on those two chromosomes that are fused in humans to the corresponding separate chromosomes that are present in chimps. Like, we are definitely related to the chimps. Like, it's 100% proven fact. And Tom Cruise has a spaceship. So we got fossil evidence, we got genetic evidence, we got the morphological characteristics that we can examine all day long, and we can see, how that all functions. That's my main thing, because I don't got genetics and I don't got fossils, but I have morphological observations by people in the Patty film, assuming the Patty film is real. So, and some other lines of reasoning behind why I say Sasquatch is Homo sapiens Salisburyensis. It's been named. All you other scientists, go the fuck away. It's been named. Homo sapiens subspecies Salisburyensis. Cheese Freak says my chickens are absolutely velociraptors. Yeah, they're definitely descended from type of dinosaur. Life says supposed to be reports from Australia regarding sightings of a Tyrannosaurus. Yeah. Well, people's imaginations might have got away from them, or maybe they saw a remnant there was a really huge monitor lizard that used to live in Australia up until really recent history. There could be just a few, still wandering the wilds. I mean, there's a lot of vast territory out there. I hope they're there. I really do. That would be cool. It's way bigger than fucking Komodo dragon. R2D2 says beep, beep. Very, very deep, R2D2. Very deep. Chessboard says Papa Craig True. The sands are revealing shit science said did not exist. Such as. Danny says Tom Cruise probably took Lee up on the spaceship and gave him the alien probe. You think he did?
Jesus Christ! Oh, can we try the big silver one again?
That was actual footage of Mr. Lee on the spaceship. Never had one, no lie. She said Mr. Lee was probed by Tom Cruise. Papa Craig says we used to have what looked like an unlimited amount of trees, Mr. Lee, and lumber was cheap and easy, not so much for brick. Pretty far up. You never said nothing? I don't know what you're talking about. She's old, not doing good. So hopefully she'll be all right. Don't get involved in the drama. Don't remote view me, says Grasshopper. I don't look good naked anymore. Oh, she may not give a shit what I think, but she needs to understand that people like her, if remote viewing is real, or any kind of psychic phenomena is real, she makes the whole thing look bad. She's not doing a service. All she's got to do is remote view the object and prove, But I'm telling you, she most likely cannot, and I think I've pretty much proven it at this point, haven't I? I mean, really, because she's got a convenient excuse why she won't do it. Oh, I don't do personal. No, that's just an excuse. You're remote viewing every week and saying things as if they are fact. How do you know? Prove that your method, your remote viewing, is actually works and accurate. I haven't seen that done at all from nobody, not single one. If remote viewers want to be out there telling people that this shit works, they need to prove it. Not giving them an opportunity to prove it to at least me. You guys may believe me or not when I tell you, what the results of that is, but yeah. We'll try. I'm gonna be doing a lot of skipping here. Dinosaur trackway with a shapeshifter. Yeah, right. Then he says, "I like wrestling because there's no doubt if it's bullshit." Yeah. Made by Ray Wallace. Mr. Hughes here. Welcome. Mr. Lee says, I've listened to hundreds of Sasquatch encounters. Now I can only believe a handful of encounters. Why people do that? I don't know, man. Some people are lying. Some people are mistaken. They maybe it's mistaken identity. Maybe they had a little heat stroke. Maybe they were just confused and hot, scared. The mind can play tricks on you when you're in a stressed state. Papa Craig says, Mr. Hugh, I don't think I'll be calling people crazy anymore about what they've seen after seeing the look on CVB, Judy, and Jay. Well, I'm not gonna call them crazy. I'm just saying. Look, I mean, I could come out of the woods and say I saw a ghost, but do I know for a fact that that's a ghost? Actually, someone was talking about this the other day. They said, "Well, I saw this thing, but do I know for a fact that that was a Sasquatch? You know, maybe it was something else." Papa Craig says, "Okay, let's argue over words and avoid the real issue. Also, almost none of the life on Earth was ever fossilized." Yeah, that's pretty much true. If everything that was ever alive was fossilized, we'd be just one big pile of fossils flying through space. Mr. Lee says, Papa Craig, you have to have certain circumstances to be fossilized. Yeah, very, very specific circumstances. It's a rare thing. We're lucky. Every fossil we find, we're really lucky to have, because very, very few things fossilize. Now, there's certain circumstances where a species lives in an environment naturally, which is very good for fossilization, and you'll see a bunch of fossils of those particular animals and plants, but that's not true for all things. I think what's going on. Papa Craig says, I miss you. It was a wonderful adventure. We got to camp in a great forest, see a lot of amazing geological features, and visit it with wonderful people. Thought it was lying. Mr. Lee says, Donald, spit it out, and I'll tell you what I think. Well, we're all, anxiously waiting. Hopefully, they will tell us what happened. I'd like to know some more about the trip, though. Why does because Jay, Judy, and Stevie B, why does the shadow get darker the brighter the light? I ain't related to no one's fucking monkey. Mr. Lee says, Donald, don't get salty. Of course, I'd believe you. Story. Salty. Believes Donald. Donald says, life has hit on a few points in my experience. Life says, yeah, Donald, you was talking about a dream last week. I had one as well. The memory of it kept bothering me while I was scouting last night. Mr. Lee says, Donald, I have experienced poltergeist. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I told people, they said I was crazy. It did happen, though. Rex says, the world is a vampire. Papa Craig says, chessboard, I've only noticed that the shadows get darker with elevation, less air or to diffuse the light. Yeah, but for most cases, though, it's just an optical illusion. It just seems like it, but there's a lot of factors to go into it. Let's see. So okay. So yeah, caught up. Yeah. Jen says I caught up. So I'm wondering. Let me get this playing. See if anybody can recognize. Turn off the sound though. Or to give a visual for people, this is someone driving down that road, that very important road. Oh, it says it right there. Forest Road 300, Mogollon Rim Road. So they were out there somewhere along this road. I don't know which campground. Does anybody know which campground they were at? I don't know which campground they were at, but um, um, anyway. So what I was wondering is because okay, so Jay missed Jay missed an exit. I would kind of be interested to know because all data is potentially important, right? Um, the exit number. So he was trying. They were supposed to get off on to Highway 10, and they did not. And so I think they were on what's it, 75? That's not 75, is it? I'm gonna bog down this damn computer doing this shit, but getting over on the map. Anyway, so yeah, the point because the rim road, it's not a short, it's not a short road, right? It's like I think it's 40 something miles or something like that. Somebody can probably correct me because I don't really remember for sure. So it looks like to me that if they had come from Highway 10, they would have been coming at this place from a completely different direction. It looks like to me they would be getting onto the rim road possibly from the other end than what they ended up doing because of the wrong turn. So, because they would have, I mean, if they were getting on Highway 10, I'm assuming they were going to take Highway 10 across, the lower states, through Texas, through San Antonio, Houston, and all that. Mobile. Anyway, so but yeah, they were on. It was Highway 75. I'm just guessing. It could have been on some other road, but I'm guessing it would be on Highway 75. And Moog said, "Well, you'll end up in Atlanta, so I don't know about that, but I'm thinking that they missed the exit by Lake City, and then." Again, if they were here, they could probably tell me exactly, what happened, because they said, I think Jay said that he ended up on Highway 40. So did they go up through Birmingham, Alabama, and hit Memphis, and then come across? Because you go from 40 from Memphis through Arkansas, through Fort Smith. You'd pass. Actually, if they were on 40, they passed within 25 miles of my location right now. Roughly about 25 miles from where I'm at, they passed. So they would have gone through Oklahoma City and Albuquerque. Bugs Bunny was always going through Albuquerque, wasn't he? And so they would have, that would have brought him in, to the north, of the Mogollon Rim instead of coming up from the south. And so they ended up on a completely different journey, starting all the way back at that missed turn. I'm wondering where did this story truly start? Did it start when they got stuck on that road? Or was the entire sequence of events part of the same thing that should be considered as one thing, right? Starting with that missed exit, failing to get on Highway 10 in Florida. Catch up and chat or try it. The chat just took off again. Whoa. Mr. Lee says, Donald, my family had me committed to Bethlehem Hospital, and they made me take antipsychotic drugs, so I know. I'm just saying, whoa, damn, that's crazy, man. Sorry, never mind. Dash cam. Jeep, just driving out there. Looks like a neat place to go. Did you get to meet McMurphy while there, Mr. Lee, says Chessboard? Donald says close to Knoll Lake. I don't know exactly. Oh, is that where Papa Craig says we were near Knoll Lake in the woods in a camping area made by previous campers. So it wasn't an official campsite? This is like somebody else made the campsite? Papa Craig says last three numbers were 300. Numbers for what? For the sound now. Mr. Lee says Chessboard, no, he was too busy chasing that beaver. What the hell? Life says, yeah, I want one for driving insurance, security, and sightings. Yeah. If I wasn't always running out of room on the phone, I could always put it up there, but I don't do it. Typically. I don't even have the thing suction cupped up there right now. Because the phone works fine. Like I did that convoy thing with the phone. Watch Russian dash cam videos on YouTube sometimes. It's freaking crazy. Life says they went past it, didn't they, Papa C? Nikki says they were entering from 260 from Heber. Entering from 260 from Heber. Go look at the map real quick. It's moving real slow. And not showing me numbers and stuff. Yeah, there we go. I see it now. Yeah, so I mean, what, 260. That comes from the west towards there. How would they end up over there? Okay, I see it comes down here. Okay, I see now. Hold on, I see now. So they still would have come in on that south end. Well, the road runs kind of in a northwest to southeast direction. So they still would have entered on the same. They still, even if they, either way, if they went the original planned route, they still came in at the south east end there of the road. Is that a, so they did not get thrown off of their original approach to the rim, is what I'm saying, if I'm understanding correctly. I don't see Heber though. Where's this Heber at? I don't see. See Forest Lakes General Store, Hunter Creek. I don't know. I don't see it. It's messed up, Mr. Lee. Just where it says, Mr. Lee, you answered my next question, so you missed the bus trip and the boat ride. Papa Craig says they turned around on the Knoll Lake Road and went back down to Rim Road and turned up another ridge. They got lost and stuck on a hump with a flat tire for many hours. OnStar got them help. Turned around on Knoll Lake Road. Nikki says, why does it matter if they came from 40 or 10? Only two large interstates to Arizona. Well, I was just wondering if there might be if the alteration in course. Okay, let's say this was a supernatural thing, right? Something spooky is involved. Did those supernatural influences start all the way back in Florida with a missed exit, or was it just Jay missing an exit? At what point did the influence of whatever it is come into play? I mean, it'd be interesting to see, if there was anything that indicated that it started at the beginning of their journey. But it looked, maybe it didn't, because if they still came in from the same place, if they still approached the Rim Road on that southeast end, then I guess it's I'm barking up the wrong tree on that deal, right? Sandra says, Mr. Lee, so sorry that happened to you. We care and love you. Papa Craig says, it started when they drove by you, Lockbeard, Twilight Zone music. Yeah. It's a vortex of evil, extends out far beyond 25 miles. Never travel across the country down 40. Now, damn it, you come too close to the Lockbeard vortex. You need to go down the Highway 10 and go that way. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what level of weirdness we're dealing with, because we haven't heard the full story. Are we dealing with, where there was this just a human element, because there was some automatic weapons fire was mentioned. Are we dealing with something that's just, we were dealing with some bad characters in the woods that were, up to no good, and so on. Donald says, if I had said any, I told you guys I'm not good at really explaining shit. Donald says, if I had said anything, I would have been laughed at by my older cousins and probably made to see a shrink. My mother probably would have made me talk to our Catholic priest. Doomed from the beginning scenario. Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what if it was a supernatural thing? What if it was something that could reach how far did they travel? 1,000 miles or more? Well, it's probably more than that, right? And set them on the wrong course from the beginning. But if they still came in from the same point, if they were still going to enter the Rim Road from the same point, then it doesn't sound like it really altered them. They still came the same. Once they got in Arizona, they were still traveling the same route they would have been, right? But Chessport says, Papa Craig's been stranded in a vehicle for 12 hours is traumatic in itself without anything else. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying. I don't want to, I'm not on the attack. I'm not saying anybody's full of shit. I'm just saying it was a stressful scenario. You're stuck out in this unfamiliar wilderness, 1,000 miles from home. A fucking dry ass place. You already have in your mind things of the supernatural nature or paranormal nature. You know, how far would your brain go to, you know, because your brain can play tricks on you. I mean, I think everybody's experienced those kind of things before. Now, but you got three people though. You got three people, and if they all can truly say, and they're certain about what they saw, the same thing. Because again, we're really just speculating all the shit right now, right? Because we don't fucking know. We don't know what they saw. So until we hear that, we're gonna be, you know, we just don't know. And but you know, I mean, surely they all understand, like, this community of people, like, we're gonna be speculating, we're gonna be wondering, we're gonna be asking questions. Our curiosity has been piqued. And we all understand if you don't want to say, if you don't want to talk, but we hope that you will. We hope that you will. Mr. Lee says, Sandra, thank you. It took me a long time to trust people after that. Donald says, and we all know what our Catholic diocese did to young boys in private. Yeah. Rex says, I think a megalodon has a better chance of being in existence. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They could be out there. Nikki says, the rim road is 300 and that takes you to the exit for the lake. However, a ton of little forest roads stem off of it. Sanders says, Harry, to Nikki, yes, that is true. Grasshopper says 260 to 300 to 111 to the east side of the lake, question mark. May Reed Hasketh is here. Hello, welcome. Saying hello to everybody. Thanks for dropping in. Oh, this chat's just not. Scary business, says Sandra to Donald. Nikki says yes, the same entry point. Chessport says to Mr. Lee, people are great at ridicule and put downs. Ignore the idiots. Did they revisit the area, says Life? I'm going to guess that they did not. After what Stevie said, that she doesn't believe anyone should be there. Rex says, I have a pool camper that always ready to go for that reason. Donald says, I was thinking meth lab on the rim. I mean, it could have been, but it certainly sounds like they may have experienced something a little more wonky. We'll see. We'll see, you know, if they tell a story. Or Donald, we shall see when we go out there poking around Arizona. There's a lot of crazy shit in Arizona, man. There's a lot of crazy shit. Like, I mean, the rim is kind of between Superstition Mountains and Bradshaw Ranch. Don't know how far. And get kind of about roughly six. The rim's roughly 60 miles from Superstition Mountains and roughly 60 miles from Bradshaw Ranch. It measuring from the middle of Forest Road 300, the rim road that you see right here. This is someone traveling a rim road. But you know, and I mean, there's other locations, haunted places, and crazy shit. But I mean, I'm sure you've all heard like the Bradshaw Ranch stuff and the Superstition Mountain stuff. A lot of freaking people die. A lot of heads be coming off. Um, shit coming out of portals and aliens and all kinds of shit. Bradshaw Ranch is that place by Sedona. Grasshopper says those cutoffs needed to be signed. No signal for gas, and you'll get lost. Papa Craig says they're trying to figure out the level of awareness before they tell us what they saw. They show me, but it's their job to make a fool of themselves in many people's eyes. Mr. Lee says, that looks so cool there. Oh my God. Yeah, Mr. Lee, you liking that rim road? Grasshopper says, I live on paper maps, still have them in my Jeep. Grasshopper says, none of our business really. Daily Dan says, everyone depends too much on their technology, GPS, cell phones, and such. I always carry the big road atlas in the car just in case. Yeah. Yeah. That's for navigating human roads. Like, you would think that everyone always kind of knows what directions which, and so as long as you know what direction you need to go, you'll just walk out in that direction, just not even thinking about it. You know, east, west, north, south. It's the way I've always been. But the problem is navigating the human element, the roads that, you know, where they go and what's in the way and all that stuff. But you know, but I remember one situation that was just really, it really confounded me at the time. I don't remember how old I was. Maybe I was a teenager. Well, I had to be a teenager. And, you know, I was always going out into the woods and stuff and chasing snakes for the most part, turtles and lizards and stuff like that. But anyway, this guy I knew, he wanted a pet snake. He wanted me to give him a snake because I had pet snakes and he wanted one. He thought it was cool, I guess. And I told him something to the effect, you know, if you want a snake, come out and catch a snake. I was like, you know, I'm not just going to go catch a snake and just give you one. Come out to the woods. This guy, like, he spent pretty much most of his time just sitting at home playing video games. But he really wanted a snake, so he came out there with me. We weren't far from a road. we weren't we weren't in a deep wilderness. Um, I don't know. Maybe we was out there 30 minutes, 45 minutes. It was a long ass time ago. I don't remember. We weren't out there very long. I was in the habit of going out there, no food, no water. I could be out there 6-8 hours. It's not a fucking thing. And anyway, at some point he's like, "Oh, I'm hot, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty," and I'm like, "Well, shit, dude. I'm not leaving. You can go home if you want to go. You know, I thought you wanted to catch a snake. It takes a little work. You gotta track some bitches down sometimes." And he's like, "I don't know which way to go." I'm like, what the fuck? How the fuck do you not know which way to go? I mean, I could say check with the sun, something. I'm like, or I don't know. You remember which direction we walked from? It was just instinctual for me generally, no matter where I went. I just kind of knew where I was at. It's like my mind just kind of has a map in it, as far as wandering around in the wild. But son of a bitch, I was like, look, the fence is like 50 yards that way. The road is just on the other side of the fucking fence. If you can't find your way home from there, you got bigger problems than. uh, Papa Craig says, "Oh, Lockbeard, there was a sheriff there too. He was the scaredy cat. Yeah. And the I was kind of wondering, was it like a sheriff's deputy? I was kind of wondering if we could get a visual on this guy. Like I found a picture of the sheriff of Coconino County. I think this is him. Hold on, is that him? Yeah. I will totally throw it up on the screen. I mean, props for him coming out, because I've been there where I called the goddamn sheriff to come out and help me with a problem I was having, and no one showed the fuck up. You think when you call the cops, you think they're coming. No, they aren't always coming. Sometimes they're like, fuck off. Shit. Like they don't always come. They don't always come. I'll pop up that sheriff's picture here in a little bit. Remote view the lottery number. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Barney Fife. Well, I wouldn't. I'm not gonna make fun of the guy because he came out there. He came out and found them people, and he did his job. He fixed their fucking tire. The sheriff was only allowed one bullet. What? Me and Lockbeard, Donald, me and Lockbeard, we are going to search for answers or what? Yeah, Mr. Lee. If you could come to the United States and we'll put together a mission. We're going to go into the Arizona wilderness. Be nice to put together a proper, because I was trying to do that like last year sometime, and I just didn't fall together for whatever reason. I should just made that shit happen, because what my plan was to go to Arizona, check out the places I can get to, go into Superstition Mountains, stuff like that, but also there's some haunted places and stuff, but also hit the gold fields and look for some fucking gold, and then go up there to the Lee's Ferry area and then do some trout fishing there, because they pay you like $25 per a trout, a brown trout. If you catch a brown trout, you got $25 right there in your fucking hands. They really want to get rid of those fucking brown trout because they like the rainbow trout. There's a bounty on the brown trout, a serious bounty. They got to be over 6 inches, I think it is, or maybe 8 inches. But and you still get to eat the bitch. You just got to turn in the head and guts. That's all you got to turn in is the head and the guts. Papa Craig says Trackway, he was the only one on Stark to get to go up there. He said no one goes up there to that place anymore. No tire tracks, no camps, but people were shooting where we could hear. Donald says I'm game to find this spot and camp right there. Yeah. I mean, it really, to me, it depends on, look, here's the issue. If we're dealing with a human element, I ain't dealing with no automatic weapons fire. You know what I mean? If it's paranormal in nature, that shit doesn't worry me at all. None of it does. Not necessarily because it may not be true, may or may not be true. It's just that it's not an issue for me. But humans, man, unpredictable. They got fucking guns and shit, and I can't dodge bullets. I'm mostly not bulletproof, so maybe that's what they heard. Maybe that's what they heard. Papa says, Donald, leave a comment for Arizona Squatch. Fly out there and camp with him for 2 weeks. Nikki says, also remember, no gas stations around there. You can't just tootle around on the rim without knowing and having an exit strategy. Yeah. Meredith said, oh, Meredith, welcome. She says, hello. Oh, well, you know. That's all right. Made it home to New Hampshire. And I came home to a free air conditioner. Thank you, daughter Adriana. Life says, Papa, that reminds me of what some police that I have worked with have said about places in Ohio. Mr. Lee says, I will bring the sword, the harpoon, the homemade shotgun, and everything. Mr. Lee, ever since they got fucking nutsoid with the airlines, you can't bring even a bottle of soap if it's too big. They've gotten ridiculous. See, this is why the world needs to embrace the goddamn empire, because it will be imperial decree that every citizen that wants to be armed on an airplane can be fucking armed, and they can be armed as much as they want. I mean, within reasons. I mean, you can't be bringing a fucking cannon on the plane, but no one will ever hijack an airplane in the empire because there are so many guns on the motherfucker that they're going to be full of holes. They're not going to be able to accomplish anything trying to hijack an airplane. So keep that in mind, world. Keep that in mind. Just because you don't realize I conquered the whole motherfucker in 2005 doesn't mean shit to me. I'm just watching you guys fuck this shit up until you realize. Fucking global warming. Fucking COVID-19 bullshit. You guys fall for everything. You fall for fucking everything. Got a plenty of jerry cans. Wonderful for you. Papa Craig says, yes, Nikki, and I drove 21 miles of the back roads from the northwest. Vast forest that looks all the same. Rex says, Mr. Lee, you need to bring Mr. Barrett to the rim. Yeah, customs, exactly. How far behind did I get in chat again? Holy shit. Oh, cap guns. Memorize the route I was taking and much around it. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, everybody should do that. When you're going to a place like that, you really need to go over the maps very carefully. Like, make sure you kind of know you have it in here. You got to kind of have it in here. Spent a lot of time off-road and would have a vehicle capable of driving the whole rim. Yeah. Mr. Lee says, Jen, yeah, taking my baseball was a real hoot, too. Oh, man, telling you, baseball. They had a problem with a baseball? What are you going to do, throw it through a window? Strain your neck looking for the bat, Papa Craig? What? Grasshopper says, I always take a full Subway sandwich and a gallon of water for a day trip. Always fill the tank before I go up on the logging roads. A full toolbox, can't be too careful. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Oh, you're talking about a baseball bat? Papa Craig says, it's hard to find direction by the sky when it's full of clouds. You're speculating and laughing at them for getting lost. What will happen if they talk? Who? Are you talking about my story earlier? Like, even cloudy, it didn't matter. Like, I always kind of knew just what direction was what. But, um, but I know, like, a lot of people just have no sense of direction whatsoever. Grasshopper says, my Jeep has a compass. I never get lost. I have maps. Mosquitoes. Time to go inside. All right. Several instances of people driving into water following GPS. Yeah, you can't trust. Look, well, for one, why the hell weren't they looking at the road? Because I've done, doing deliveries and stuff like that, like traveling all around um, Grand Lake. I was, delivering appliances and stuff for a while, and so like at some point that lake was not there. So a lot of the old roads from the old maps it's like they're still there. And so if you aren't looking at the road, which you should be looking at the road, but I guess some people aren't or some shit. I don't know. Anyway, the road goes right into the fucking lake in some places on the GPS. So you can't trust the GPS. You just need to learn your region. Helpful, like look at, like, when you're going to an area, get on like Google Earth or something like that, and actually get a zoom in, get a good look at things, and try to get a feel. Salty vinegar, Chris, Mr. Lee. Squirrel. You won't see it. Donald says, I'm not seeing anyone laughing at them for getting lost. Shit happens, and GPS sucks to rely on. MatQuest is another piece of shit that I feel should be responsible for the guy dying in Death Valley. Yeah. Yeah. This is a situation where getting lost was seriously going to fucking be a real possibility. With roads that don't have signs, completely unfamiliar territory, the type of terrain completely different than what they're used to. There's just so much that could go wrong. Knowing which way is east or west wasn't going to help you, because the roads do all this number and go all over. So that ain't going to help you. That helps you on open ground, mainly, because human roads do their own fucking thing for the most part. But, Mr. Lee says, Papa Carrier have a claw hammer next to the bed. How's that going to help you if someone comes in with a gun, though? Donald, improve your observation skills. No service up there. GPS didn't lose them. Their minds might have. Going out for a smoke, says Grasshopper. Be right back. Rex says, I don't know about remote viewing. People can talk themselves into anything. Satellite phone. Mr. Lee says, Donald, you can be sensitive at times. If we going on road trip with me and Lockbeard, you better man up, dude. What the fuck? Sun's getting real low here. Mirror 99 now, says Papa Craig. Donald says, no, I'd rather be my own man and not getting primed by stories from Arizona Squatch. Well, again, we're dealing with a situation where someone says they see them all the time. Well, again, we can't say 100% that he's that he's not seeing them all the time. I can't say that 100%, but you know, there's a lot. There's a lot of factors here, and maybe there's just a couple of them. Like there's a clan in his area that have just gotten really comfortable with him. That's possible, but for the most part, when someone says they see him all the time, you eventually find a chink in their armor, the flaw in their story, and you find out that, well, they were just making it all up. So hopefully that's not the case with him, but I agree with you, Donald, that we do not need to talk to that person. We can do our own thing, keep our minds in a logical place, and Rex Hand says, I recommend the satellite phone. It's a good idea. Grasshopper says, Papa, I'll remember that years ago we used to go to Walter Brennan's ranch down there. Don't get one. Toyota, don't get us. Using my 4x4 converted van with 10-ply all-terrains when I go out there. I think I don't got all-terrains on here, but I think these are 10-ply tires. At any rate, it goes where I need it to go. Hell, I went gold prospecting in a Firebird one time, so you can navigate some pretty rough roads if you do it right. I mean, you can't be flying through there. You gotta. Every road has its secret smooth path. With camp here too. New style. They have the roundup there, the town. Not sure what your Papa Craig says they had food. They didn't have something to shoot in 30 millimeters. Pendleton, I'm not sure what that is. Grasshopper says Bones is correct. Pendleton. We went there for spring break. Relative was married into the Brennan family. Papa Craig says new style trackway. Are you talking about what he rented? They got metal in their tire and stuck. Yeah, Mogs was saying it was a fucking Allen wrench. Uncle Bones says left you a comment and on 3 beautiful dances. Getting lost is scary shit. Yes, says Mr. Lee. Yeah. We'll see in a minute, Grasshopper. Uncle Bones says, well, look, I've been passing that vid around today. I've been passing that vid around today. Papa Craig says, Joseph, Oregon, Grasshopper, they have Chief Joseph Day. Enterprise has a rodeo too. Dan says, anything is possible. Mr. Hughes says, Chessboard, are you letting him know you have posted Uncle Bones more oil? Papa Craig says, Donald AS is pain to be around because he absolutely monopolizes conversation and maybe nuts. But I have Mogian Monster's address now. Yeah. See, so yeah, I'm not. If I go to Arizona, I'd be happy to meet Mogs. But I'm kind of in agreement with Donald. I really don't need to. I really don't need to meet this guy. I'm heavily leaning towards full of shit. Gonna say, oh, you see stuff out. You know, if someone could take me out like to their normal place, if they're expecting me, how do I know they don't got a guy in the woods, right? Doing shit. You know, I don't. You know, so that's not proving shit to me, right? They can take me somewhere. They're familiar with the territory. They knew it was coming, so on and so forth. There's always that chance they could arrange some bullshit because they need to back up this whole narrative that they've been building up for years. Multiple accounts. Oh, I see Sasquatch all the damn time. Really? Why are you so special? You get to see them all the time. And you know, he says he can back it up and blah blah blah. But sorry, I'm not buying it. You know, if you have that close a relationship with a bunch of Sasquatches in your area that you get to see them all the time, why don't you come up with that crucial piece of physical evidence, or at least some really good video? But like I said, video just isn't going to really prove shit these days because it can be easily faked to the quality level of Patterson Gimlin film with today's technology, or even costuming. I mean, I know a guy that's big enough. You put him in a costume, and I bet he'd do it too. I say, look, you got this spandex costume with hair glued all over it. What I need you to do is get butt ass naked, put this sumbitch on, and run through that creek bed, and we're gonna film your ass. He'd be like, all right, let's do this. Dude's like 400 and something pounds, 6'8". I think he is a Sasquatch. Iowax, welcome, says, this just you driving through the woods in your truck? No, this is somebody else driving through along the Rim Road, Mogollon Rim Road. I think they call it Forest Road 300. So I just figured I'd have it here for something to show, since we're kind of talking about that a little bit, that trip that some of these people you see in chat went to, and three of them got lost and in the area and had some strange experiences, and so yeah. Anyway, I thought it'd be good visual for people to kind of see where they went. They went down this road and camped somewhere along there. Iowa says I can make a UFO with supplies from Walmart. Oh yeah, so easy to fake stuff anymore. Mogs is still hanging around. Welcome back, Mogs, if you coming back. Bet the video looks familiar. Sounds like you're real familiar with that road right there. Donald says, Papa Craig, I had plans on meeting up with Mogs at some point, but he will probably be back east by the time I head out there. Oh, that's right. He's gonna leave Arizona behind. Chessboard says, I'll leave you the same comment. Papa Craig says, we never saw a soul driving in the plateau until they got on Knoll Lake Road. Donald says, life, not much to Whitehall. It's a pretty small town. Mr. Lee says, butt ass naked, yes. Well, you'd have to do it that way. To be realistic enough, you put on a spandex suit, it'll hug the skin, and it's well enough that it would full thermal. You could totally full thermal with that. Just with hair glued on it or attached somehow to the spandex. No problem. Because people say, well, the thermal, it's Dude, if someone really wants to fake a Sasquatch, it's not, and you think, oh, the thermal shows they don't have clothes on. Well, and more like, I mean, it sure makes it more likely you're looking at the real thing, but it certainly doesn't guarantee you're looking at the real thing. Moke says Jay, Judy, and Stevie are on the road. They are traveling back to the east. Plenty to do in the region. Papa says, go out into the middle of the forest above the Mogollon Rim. Make yourself vulnerable. Flatten a tire and get hopelessly stuck. See what happens at sunset. Yeah, you need to be armed for sure, and at least have plenty of water, or you're gonna fucking die. I mean, there was literally the potential, these three, like, I think hopefully everybody fully understands how scared these three may have been, and rightfully so. There was really a serious potential that they could have died. Luckily they had OnStar, but some shit can go wrong. Like, if they had run across the wrong people out there, humans, the sheriff would have been picking up bodies. So people need to, understand this wasn't like getting a flat tire down the street there. Trip back. Yeah, smooth trip back. Thanks for taking care of him, Moog, says Chessboard. Dan says, hey, Mogs, great videos with the condors and all. There is Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group. Joe is in the house, says howdy, Lucky Poo, and howdy, chat. Nikki says, oh, Mogs, I would be sad for them leaving. Yeah. He says, I am sad. He is sad. Chessboard says, to Joe, Mr. Lee wants to see a picture of your PhD that you sent him. Papa Greg says, I'm still sad. Nana and I had to leave. Mr. Lee says, Mogs, me and Tom Cruise swing by later, cheer you up, man. How are you going to do that? You just going to pop over through one of those Scientology portals? Then I can't fight this feeling anymore. You and Tom Cruise right there, your main man. Haven't looked. Talking about the PhD. And then Papa Craig says, no, Muggs and Nicky, I would have found them. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard hillbillies, you mean? Well, like I said, Mr. Lee, a lot of those areas out there, they think that they're, like, your standard hillbilly isn't a murderer. I'm talking about actual murderers out there. There's rumor that there are I'm not going to say this correctly, like a kind of a secret order or secret society, a Native American group that protects certain places they don't want people to find out there, caves and shit, like in the superstitions and stuff. Which this is 60 miles away from the superstitions, but again, there's a lot of weird shit all throughout Arizona going on. But anyway, that they kill people, like people, heads get chopped off and people disappear. It's just, you don't want to get lost in some of these areas of Arizona. Then of course there's traffickers, human traffickers, drug traffickers. They don't want to. They don't want to be discovered either. You resemble that remark. Bit Scottish. Watch it. Ain't nothing like a Scottish hillbilly, says Mr. Lee. Papa Craig says, Mr. Lee, we must have been loyal to King William the Scottish. You ain't lived till you worn a bib kilt. Yeah, at least 60 miles. Well, I was measuring on Google Earth with the measurement tool from the center, kind of close to the center point of the Mogollon, the rim road, to the marker in the superstitions that Google Earth shows. So it showed like 60 miles or so. But I mean, obviously it spans an area. So, yeah. Now, well, that was as a crow flies, though. By road, it's probably a lot more than 60 miles. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Donald says, Mr. Lee, people go to the woods to cook meth and be freaks. Yeah. You just don't know what, there's also the possibility of some cult activity. You don't want to, sometimes there's people out there that you don't want to run into. They do that here too, says to Mr. Lee to Donald. Chessboard says press the like button and get Lockbeard out of the forest. Yeah, well, yeah. Pump up the channel. Sick of YouTube holding it down. Yeah, you go up 2 subs and then one drops off. Go up 4 subs and another one drops up. They're all the time shaving them off, it seems like. So, they don't want you to, they don't want me to get above 1,000 subscribers, right? Because I got all these little check marks on my channel. We don't like this shit that he talks about, so we need to suppress the channel. Because if you get 1,000 subscribers, you get monetized now, right? They don't want me to be monetized. Clearly, they don't want me to be monetized. So, Papa Craig says Donald in Arizona and Oregon tweakers don't go very far into the woods to hide. Half the year up on the rim would have 10 foot of snow. I don't know. I kind of think tweakers wouldn't notice. I kind of think they wouldn't notice. Speaking of tweakers, man, us speaking code a little bit. I'm pretty sure we might have seen one on somebody's show the other night. Mr. Lee says a lot of Satanists and satanic shit go on in the woods here. Yeah. I mean, it happens in a lot of places. You'd be surprised. So, and they know those people, like if they're engaged in some funky shit or they're just a murderer or whatever, they know like people go missing out in some of those places all the time. Like the superstitions is just known for it. You know, people now a lot of times it's perfectly explainable. You know, it's a hiker, they fell, you know, some shit. You know, they didn't have a locator beacon, couldn't get a signal, and they died. But who's to say they weren't pushed, right? You know, it's possible. Someone that has that wants to get away with that kind of thing, and they have the urge to kill for whatever reason, they find if they're the smart ones, they find a situation they can put themselves in to pull it off. Papa Craig says, "You guys just don't understand. No one goes out where they were anymore," said the sheriff. Yeah. Yeah. So you're thinking not even human traffickers or you know, someone who isn't necessarily, because you know there won't be tire tracks if it's someone that's on foot and they're not going on the road, right? They're staying in the woods. Possibility, you know, or the idea, the rumor of the Indians and stuff, small groups of Indians that still uh, you know, lay low out there. Chessboard says, Papa Craig, my papa always said you can only go halfway into the woods. The other half you're going out. Yeah, that's what sucks these days, though. Like, the wilderness isn't as vast as I would like it to be. You know, you walk in, and sooner or later you're going to hit a fence or a road or something. I don't want that. I want to be able to walk out and be like, you know, months before I find any sign of another human. You know, we don't really have that much anymore in the world. Yeah, Arizona ain't no better. Well, I mean, you got to add the part. You know, Vermont isn't going to have the problem with human traffickers. Arizona's got some human trafficking coming through it. So that is just adds another level to the whole situation. Paramedic says most don't spend their money on the gas to get out there unless they're planning on preying on some campers. Public Craig says tweakers are all over the small towns. They spend their nights peeking out their curtains. Yeah. Papa Craig says nobody's there, Lockbird. You must see. It's awesome, just like here. Donald Fuller says, Papa Craig, you would have thought they would have noticed this trail hasn't been used in a while. Mr. Hughes says, must be a big thing now, Donald. I have heard and read about that shit. I'm sure it is here in Ireland. Dan says, I saw that movie too, Last of the Dog Man, about a hidden tribe of Native Americans. Yeah, it would be so easy for it to be true. If someone really wanted to, I mean, even though the wilderness isn't as vast as I would like it to be, it would still be easy for them to hide out there. You know, they can see just as plainly as any Sasquatch can see where the human road is, and they know to avoid it or to be mindful when around it because they might run across other humans. So yeah, human tribes would be able to do the same thing. Papa Craig says, Donald, they did and kept going. I know the thinking just a little further and then just a little further and then they got stuck. Yeah. Because you think you're getting there, but you're not. Mr. Lee says, Dan, you getting on my nerves. Mr. Lee, why you pick on Dan? Moog says, they did, Donald. They got stuck turning around to go the other way. The Batmom says, I didn't get any notification. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Fucking YouTube, man. Welcome to the chat, Batmom. Hell, we almost hit 3 hours here. What the fuck? Dan says, hey, Lee, if you and your nerves, fuck you and your nerves, you pansy. And Mr. Lee, as always, says, Batmom, you missed everything. Yep. Trying to click on something. Huh. I was going to go ahead and give you that wrench, Mr. Lee. You finally convinced me, but I can't. Have I forgotten how to fucking do this? How the fuck did I do that? Put a star on it, I guess. What does that star do? Fuck, I don't know. That mom says, I want to know why a tool was found inside their tire. That sounds like a lawsuit. Well, I mean, someone dropped it on the road and they got stuck in their tire. I mean, there's no way to know where it came from, or it could have been there a long time and they didn't even know. I mean, I've driven around with a nail for a year, and tire would get it low every so often. Well, maybe it's got a slow leak somewhere, didn't check it, didn't want to fuck with it, and eventually find out there's been the tire's had a nail for a year, or at least a year, or something like that. Batmom says, Papa, I can smell you guys out. Rex says they ran over an Allen wrench a lot of times around the gun ranges. They lose them. Yeah. Shit. Your deodorant sucks, Papa Craig. Batmom says, what did I miss? The secret code to heaven? Not really. The code was a whole show. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're going to go back and watch it. But it's all started because somebody walked up to me in the parking lot and handed me this. And basically it says, according to the Tony Alamo Christian Ministries, UFOs are piloted by God's angels. Don't wrench him. He said he was going to ban me when he got the power. Well, I can't even see, I can't even see. Have I just totally forgotten how to give someone a wrench, or did I not have the option for some reason? Oh, I got to go over to YouTube, don't I? I'm sitting here trying to do it from fucking StreamYard. That's my problem. Tom Cruise is here. Welcome. We are privileged to be in the presence of your your scientological Hollywood presence. That one says it's a small tool. I was thinking it was like a monkey wrench or something. No, it's like just a little Allen wrench. Little 6-sided wrenches with a 90-degree turn in it. One side's longer, and just an Allen wrench. There's so many of them laying around anymore. Anything you gotta like assemble, from a fucking grill to whatever, a bike or fucking refrigerator. I mean, everything. There's some kind of they'll just give you a little Allen wrench instead of expecting you to find one or have one. You usually don't have to, because anything you got to assemble, they just throw. It's so simple and cheap and easy to throw in a weak ass pathetic, because they're usually not the strongest metal Allen wrench, and then you just throw it away, or it lands on the ground somewhere. Life says a lot of LARPers these days lose their tools all over the place. Yeah, LARPers. That's what the tall ones calls them. Papa Craig says those 4-wheelers and mountain buggies that they have up there probably dropped the Allen wrench doing repairs. None of those tracks on the road, they went up. Mr. Lee says, "Oh fuck, Tom Cruise is here." That one says, "That's what my mom would tell me when I wouldn't go to church." It's kind of shaped like an eye. What? See monkey wrench anymore? Make him wait, Mr. Lee. He's an asshole. What? Sounds like it rains up there a lot. Doesn't take rain long to eliminate tracks. I don't think it rains that much up there, does it? It's a pretty dry region, really. I mean, obviously they get some, but that one says, "Mr. Lee, Tom Cruise may be harassing you like you obsess over him." Mr. Lee says, "Donald, you are so banned, man." Donald says, "There are secondary clutches on the Ski-Doo that use an Allen wrench to change the belt. That wrench could be from a snowmobile." Russell Crowe is here too. Welcome. He says, "Lockbeard." I guess it means hello, Lockbeard. Papa Craig says, "Mogs pulled out and fixed their tire in Payson. L-shaped 1/4 or 3/8 inch Allen wrench." Chainsaws use Allen wrenches. Yeah, there's so much shit that use Allen wrenches. I mean, there could be they may not have even picked it up out there on that road. They may have picked it up somewhere else. Like I said, like I ran around with a big fucking. Wasn't a little nail. It was a pretty substantial nail for a year. It was in there, and it was holding the air fairly well most of the time. It was just occasionally it would go down. I was like, well, what the fuck? I just topped off the air. It wouldn't go completely flat, so I just topped it off. That mom says, I know, stupid name. It should be called a L twister and hell twister. Have other issues to think about. Pressurized cabin. Saddle Tramp says, "Hi everyone, new to this channel. Welcome, Saddle Tramp. Thanks for dropping in." That mom says, "Are you a small tramp or a big one? No judgment here." Who the hell is this guy? What? Who the hell is what guy? You mean me or what? Paramedic says, "Well, saddle up, tramp. What parts do you come from?" And the Bat Mom says, "I'm lying. I will judge hardcore." Nikki says it rains almost every day during the monsoons. Oh, okay, gotcha. Bell Twister, good name. This is Uncle Bones. Hugh Jackman's here too. He says, hello, Lockbeard. Welcome, Hugh Jackman. That mom says, Sal Tramps, there's many guys here. You got to be more specific. Joe says, Tom Cruise, Russell Crowe. If Hugh Jackman shows up in this chat, I will lose my shit. Yeah, he's here. Joe. About 4 comments above this comment you have right here. Here come the trolls. Oh, well, Mogs, Hugh Jackman, Russell Crowe, and Tom Cruise are all they're not trolls, but they are somebody's alternate accounts that's in this here chat. I ain't gonna say who though. I think everybody can figure it out though. I do not know Saddle Tramp though. Mr. Lee says, Joe, hey man. Not a troll, just a cowboy, says Saddle Tramp. Batman says, I think the parts he comes from are not proper to say. Yeah, Joe. Somebody in the chat here has some alter egos. It's not me. Batman says Joe's getting ready to lose some shits. Just for you, Joe, says Jen. Mr. Lee says they're good friends of mine. Yeah, they're good friends of Mr. Lee. So he says, how long, like this? So it's like if this is accurate and he's driving at a normal speed on the rim road, it took him about an hour and 23 minutes to drive the rim road. Does that sound, I'm going to speed it up a little bit, get us through it. Does that sound accurate to those that have been there or familiar with it? Donald says, I could see that Mr. Lee being a saddle tramp. Uncle Jones says, yes, it's Joe's fault. Saddle Tramp says, I just put up with bullshit. So you're in the cattle business? Donald says, not mine, the Bat Mom. What else? What was I gonna? Oh, I know what I was gonna do. I'll go ahead and take. There's only like about 5 minutes left of the drive, but go stop that. So I don't. I guess, of course, no one that was. I don't know that. Is anyone here that actually met this sheriff? Is this him? Because he saved our people. Saddle Tramp says, I just don't put up with BS. So I see you left out the don't up above. Gotcha. Papa Craig says it took us an hour to drive 21 miles from Highway 87. Batman says, Donald, you're my go-to guy to blame. Better get ready for a road trip with me and Lockbeard. Yeah, there's a lot of shit to do in Arizona. See some petrified forest action, all kinds of geology, man. It's a place for some geological observation. But also the paranormal stuff. Lots of haunted places. Allegedly haunted places. I don't know. I don't know if you can even get into the Bradshaw Ranch at this point. Probably not. There's a place in the Phoenix area called the Hermosa Inn, supposed to have some haunting activity. Of course, the Superstition Mountains. Sabino Canyon has like a ghost mountain lion or some shit, and I guess people feel like there's a negative presence there supposedly. The Vulture City Ghost Town is supposed to be haunted, like where there was a mine there. El Tovar, I think, is the place where there's like a grave and people see like a ghost figure by the grave. There's just tons of places, tons of stuff. Donald says, I don't blame you, Batmom. Batmom's got your number. I know, Batmom. I'm just wondering if this is the sheriff that came out and found them and got them out of there. It's not the description you got? So maybe it was one of his deputies. They said it was a Caucasian guy. Oh, okay, gotcha. That mom says, yo, Donald, I have your number. What number? I'm sure, but I got it. But whoever it was, we're glad that he was willing to go out there when so many apparently were not, and help them, fix her tire, or at least fix it well enough to get the fuck out of there. Well, isn't this place just a geological oddity? Says Life. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, I'm ready next year. I just bought a house. Things are good now. Good to hear, Mr. Lee. Papa Craig says Arizona has a lot of extremely haunted places. Yeah. Still in the hood, Mr. Lee. Donald asks. Mr. Lee's coming to the USA. Says, Moog says El Tovar is at the Grand Canyon. Yeah. I don't know if it, I guess it just used to be a hotel. The hotel, yeah. Hotel. Mr. Lee says, Donald, yeah, for about 6 more weeks, yeah. I don't know if it's worth going to see one freaking ghost. But, I mean, they say people see it, so I don't know if it's a good... I mean, if you're going to the freaking Grand Canyon anyway, you might as well stop by and have something to eat or something, and then you can stay at the hotel the night and just see if you can see anything. Adam Shepard was the officer. Well, he said description. I don't know how far that description goes. That's all I heard. Public Grace's oddity is an understatement. Trackway. Yeah, we all look alike. It is still a hotel. Uncle Bone says Batman, they all look the same. Open that up. Welcome to the Hotel Arizona. Joe says, I still don't believe in ghosts, but if I am one after I die, I am damn sure haunting the shit out of someone. Well, I don't know how to. If you hear the scientific explanation for what it is, I mean, I don't know if that helps. Because I've had atheists tell me, you're not an atheist, because I'm like, yeah, but I just tried to explain to you the science behind what a ghost is. But I think the problem with atheists is they have a hard time getting it out of their head that it's a magical thing. And from my perspective, it's not a magic. I mean, it may seem magical. The experience may seem magical because it's like, it's ethereal. It seems otherworldly. But again, I mean, you got to think of the mind. Mainstream science tells you that this is the origin of your consciousness, and it's not. It picks up signals. The signal that makes you up is everywhere, and your mind is a radio. It picks up that signal, modulates it, tunes it. So when people think, they think like if you have brain damage, well, they destroyed you. Actually, didn't destroy you. It destroyed the biological radio that was tuning in to you. If that makes sense. Because it was like Nikola Tesla said, he was absolutely correct. Everything the quote goes, I'm not going to say it right, but if you want to know the secrets of the universe, you need to think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. That's exactly true. Everything is energy, frequency, and vibration. If people understand that, they will get a lot further along in their understanding of things than if they listen to goddamn Neil deGrasse Tyson or Stephen Hawking or reading Einstein. Einstein, who has nothing to really contribute. Like, he stole most of his stuff, and multiple books have been written about him plagiarizing the stuff he stole, and a lot of stuff he stole was flawed and incorrect. And so yeah, saw the El Tovar yesterday, says Mogs. He was there. He was all up in it. Mr. Lee says, Joe, why? I told you ghosts are real, just saying. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of people that have seen ghosts. I don't think I've really seen anything, but, plenty of people have seen them. And there are measurable, with the temperature change, maybe you need to get into that, like because now Kim Wheeler explains the temperature change thing having to do with cathode, the cathode and the anode, and how it cools down and it creates the cooling, and that basically ghost is a similar thing to a cathode and anode situation going on. And that's what results in the cooling. Like, you're wondering how it affects physical temperature. And that's how it does it. Papa Craig says, Trekway, I believe I said that to Jay and Judy. Quoting old brother, where art thou? Saddle Tramp says, this Mr. Lee is a knucklehead. Uh-oh. Saddle Tramp. I wonder if Saddle Tramp is not just any cowboy. What if he is the squatching cowboy? Papa Craig says that movie Had me rolling on the floor. Must have misquote while laughing. And singing the Eagles? Joe says that settles it. If I become a ghost, it's you, Mr. Lee, that I'm haunting. Well, I mean, you shouldn't become a ghost. Like, you're not supposed to. You um, like, you know, you're supposed, if you're here, you're supposed to be uh, connected to a physical body. If you're no longer connected to your physical body and you're still here, that means something went fucking wrong. You're supposed to, go back. You're supposed to be back in the spiritual realm, for lack of a better word. But you are in a situation where you don't realize you're fucking dead. And so that's why when people see ghosts, like they're wearing the same thing that they, because it's kind of like in fucking the Matrix, right? Residual self-image, and then the ghost keeps repeating the same thing, and the ghost doesn't seem to quite understand like what the fuck's going on. Like it doesn't. It's not like the ghost in some movies you see, like the Frighteners. Those ghosts were fully aware of the world the way it is now and everything. That's not what's going on with a ghost. A ghost is in a very confused state. They don't understand or realize that they're dead, and so that results in a haunting. A haunting is a very sad, bad thing, and needs to be resolved. I mean, we here we are. We think it's cool to witness these hauntings, but the reality is that we need to get good at ending hauntings when we discover them, because that person is suffering. Papa Craig says, I sang it at the camp trackway. It just seemed pertinent. Expect that as a compliment. Jay Fritz says, on I-40 East. Good thing. Drive safely. You just now jump on there. You still in Arizona, I assume, because I don't think you've had time to get to New Mexico. And welcome to the chat, Jay. Trackway says, Papa Craig, it's a scene where Clooney was looking for Dapper Dan hair pomade, then yells at the clerk, well, ain't this place a geological oddity? You'll be waiting, Mr. Lee. Well, hopefully Joe, when his physical body dies, he doesn't experience that confusion and end up being a haunting. Hauntings are kind of like fossils. Like, I always say, it's a fossilization is an extremely rare occurrence. We think that we see a lot of fossils. We think it's a lot of fossils. It's really not. It's extremely rare occurrence. It's just that the Earth's been around for over 4 billion years. It's had time to fossilize some shit and stack some shit up. But ghosts, it's the same thing. That they're not supposed to be stuck in a haunting situation. That's a mistake. Something's gone wrong. So it's very unlikely that Joe's going to be haunting you, Mr. Lee. Can't play the ukulele. Jay says, thank you again, Mogs, for your hospitality. Papa Craig says, hi Jay, steer clear of Lockbeard's place. You'll be hexed. It's too late. He's already on I-40. He will be passing within 25 miles of the Lockbeard vortex. Who knows what could happen? Uncle Bone says to Joe, 3PO is a perfect choice to haunt. He just bought a house. Jay Fritz, the Three Musketeers, be safe. Batmom says, I don't know what the fuck Lockbeard's talking about right now. She play ukulele. Keep your eyes on the road, says Uncle Bones. Life says, yes, Jay, if you drive by Lockbeard's, you'll end up at Mr. Lee's flat. What the fuck? How'd that work? The portal? Yeah, I think it is Mr. Lee. I think it's Cowboy. Nikki says, Jay, where are you right now? Joe says, I'm going to jump out around every corner and yell boo at the top of my little ghost lungs, Mr. Lee. Batmom says, I don't know if it's ghosts, demons, or something else, but I saw something. Yeah. I'm not sure what I said. It was like, I'm about 5 minutes behind, so I don't know exactly what you're laughing at, Mr. Hugh. Saddle Tramp says, sorry, Mr. Lee, I don't kiss on the first date. Jay says he's 850 miles from Albuquerque, or Albuquerque. Chuckway says, hey there, Brother Jay. Great to see you. Be safe out there, buddy. Donald says, Mr. Lee, you got about 28 hours to get out of Jay's lazy boy. That's not what Miss April told you, Mr. Lee. Batman says, Jay, let us know if you get to see Albuquerque. Yeah, what did you see, Batmom? Mr. Lee, knucklehead, scoot. Chessport says, someone help me. Where is Albuquerque? Batmom says, I've seen weird shit since I was little. Mr. Lee says, Donald, my girlfriend's trying to get me out of Jay's bad boy chair now. I'm stuck solid, man. Joe says, well, I damn sure won't haunt Lockbeard if he's going to try and get rid of me. Well, I mean, yeah, but once you are sent back to the I don't have a particular word for it. I usually refer to it as the universal consciousness, because you've been separated from it, and you'll rejoin the main, because it breaks up. You know, it's like everything in the universe. Everything's a fractal thing, right? And this is no different. It's just that you're a tiny. There's one example that Ken always uses about this is like, you look at the soap bubbles, right, in a sink, and all the soap bubbles are reflecting the stuff, around you, and every one of them's a tiny little reflection, exactly the same. They're all exactly the same reflection, but there's just a million of them. That's souls. But if you get them all in the one big bubble, that's the it's all one big mass. It's all it's a reflection of the same thing. So it's one. Everything is one mind, one consciousness. Everything's connected. When mainstream science, they'll get there eventually if they ever pull their heads out of their ass, and actually look at their observations with fresh eyes. And see what they're seeing, like instantaneous action at a distance. Einstein called it spooky because Einstein couldn't explain that shit. Well, that shit's easily explained if you stop thinking, down the wrong path. And but anyway, so you got to think about, imagine every point in existence is instantaneously interconnected, and information travels in between. That's what the instantaneous action of distance is. There's information transfer going on there instantaneously. There doesn't take any time for it to travel, because it's a different type of wave. I have something I could, because how, like, a wave that travels like this, it takes time for it to travel. Different waves travel at different rates, but it takes time. Well, that's one type of wave, but the other type, where it just pulls. When you pull on one side of, say, imagine like a rope or something, it instantaneously pulls the entire length of the rope. That's what's going on. And so you got every point in the universe interconnected, instantaneously transferring information. You have a massive, unbelievably, inconceivably infinite neural network, the universal consciousness. One massive mind of just unspeakable proportions. And everything in the universe is connected to that. Just got a little bit to go. And, once your physical body's gone, you're going to want to reconnect to it. If you're just, you can't just, if you're stuck here as in a haunting situation, you have, it's, something's gone wrong. It's because you're confused. You don't know that your physical body's died, and you're clinging to this reality, which is a tiny part of existence. It's Jay, Albuquerque is only 324 miles from the Flagstaff. This is Nikki. Rick says, I would say it's probably marijuana growers. You already passed Albuquerque. Sorry, you're correct. I mean Jonesboro. See you later, Mr. U. Just here goes experience protographs, different thing. Shadow people, different thing. Well, there could be a lot of different things, existing in those different layers of reality, things that you don't perceive, frequencies beyond your normal perceptions. Chessboard says, Jay Fritz, you, Stevie B, and Judy, stay safe. Blessing to the three of you. Bat Mom says, well, who says they are not Locky? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Should be near Flagstaff. The ladies say hi, says Jay. Hello to all three of you, Jay and the ladies. Bat Mom says, we don't know anything, it's stuff that man has told us that. Keep safe out there. Missed everything. Cowboy missed everything, huh? Squatching Cowboy says he's really late. Well, he's supposed to be keeping this to 2 hours, but here we are, 3.5, so whatever. Welcome to the chat, Cowboy. Uncle Bone says to Jay, tell him we love him. Cowboy says, Mr. Lee, what I miss? Oh, he'll tell you. He'll tell you everything, man. uh, Papa Craig says, hi, Stevie B. Joe says, more Joes around here than you can shake a stick at. Yep. Jen says, don't be a whiny big, New York Joe. Hard to type. I back seat, sorry. The lady shoved in the back, says Papa Craig. Mr. Lee says, Jen, that's funny. Yeah, Joe, what Jen said. Donald says, has Old Bear got his dead body yet, the squashing cowboy? You'd think he could just dig one up. Well, yeah, he shot 3 of them, right? According to him, he shot three Bigfoot. He just conveniently doesn't have any Bigfoot bodies. He shoots them all the time, apparently. Joe says, Jen, I tried, but I can't help it. Cowboy says, Joe, did you see the shout out I gave you on my latest video? Donald All 33. Is it 33 now, Mr. Lee? Has he killed a total of 33? Because what was that event called, the Squatch Out, where he claimed he shot 3? I thought it was 3. 3. Well, if it's up to 33 now, he's more than just doubling down on this ridiculously bullshit story that he has killed some Sasquatches. Jace has got me tied to seat, Papa, with tape over my mouth. Cowboy says, Donald, he said he forgot where he buried them. Let me tell you something. If I bury anything even half as big as a Sasquatch, I'm going to remember where the fuck that was. Like, I'm never going to forget that. I'm going to remember where I dug a big fucking hole and buried something. But especially a goddamn Sasquatch, something that freaking big for starters, and it's a Sasquatch, there is no way in hell you are ever forgetting where you buried a Sasquatch. So he is so full of shit. Old Bear's Den, you are so full of goddamn shit. Wherever you are out there, stop goddamn lying. If you really shot 3 Sasquatches and you're going to tell us you can't remember where you buried them, yeah, we're not buying it, dude. You're so full of shit. Uncle Bone says, Donald, that body should be fossilized by now. Papa Craig says, LOL, Jay, I can see that. Check it out, brother. Think you like it, Joe? Yeah, let you out of the trunk. Donald says, laughing my ass off, Mr. Lee, I'm telling you, Volt and Old Bear are Squatch killing machines. Mr. Lee says, Cowboy, we'll get Jessica Jones' remote view where he buried the Sasquatch. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, that may be a good idea. I bet she won't take on the case. She won't take on, because look, what was her out with these, right? She said that with the remote viewing of the Sasquatch, because this was the case where these guys shot a mother and child. According to them, they shot a mother and child. Now, fuck, that story could be true. I'm just saying her remote viewing looks to be bullshit to me. She's she says that it did happen, but the government made them show them where the bodies were and dug them up, so the bodies aren't there anymore. So see, she can't get caught, right? Because she now has an excuse for why there are no bodies to be found. But could she tell us the location though? Like, I guess that'd be a way to catch her. Say, look, if there were Sasquatch dug up, we should be able to go to that location with some professionals and figure out if the site has ever been disturbed in such a way to bury a big body or two big bodies, and maybe find some DNA. There might be some residual DNA. There might be some hair, something. But I'm gonna bet she can't even show us that. She could tell us all these other very specific things, but she can't really tell us anything of any use. It's because she's making it the fuck up. So, I mean, the challenge is still there. Remote view the object I indicated, or we've exposed you. You're full of shit. You're not a remote viewer. Uncle Bone says, Jay Fritz, just think people pay for that kind of treatment. Yeah. But yeah, Mr. Lee, in this case, since Old Bear says he just don't remember where they're at, right? So I would think that if the government made him dig them up, he would tell us that, right? He hasn't said that. So that means that if Old Bear shot 3 Sasquatch and buried them, those Sasquatch are still there. And Jessica Jones, since she can remote view into the past and enter the mind of the Sasquatches, she can find where those bodies are, right? How much you want to bet she's going to come up with some bullshit for why those bodies aren't there? Maybe she remote views it, says, no, this didn't actually happen. Well, shit. Of course it didn't happen. Old Bear's full of shit. But she has an out. She'll always have an out. She will never, ever actually prove she can remote view shit. And there will always be an out. Like, she can't, everything is designed so you can't prove that you can't really prove that she didn't see it, right? Other than she can't produce any proof that she sees shit. You'd think eventually she would come up with something. Remote view for us, Jessica Jones, where someone has buried some gold or something. Tell us the coordinates. We can go out there and dig it up. But you know what? That still don't prove shit. Because you might be just so freaking. You might have a little gold somewhere, and you might bury it out there and say, "Oh no, this was buried by someone else." So it's got to be something better than that. It's got to be something you couldn't possibly fake. But if it's a massive enough treasure, where does she get that fucking treasure, right? And she ain't going to give it away to perform a remote viewing stunt. So it had to be a really big treasure, I guess. A really big stash. Somebody's really big stash. These remote viewers ought to be able to find this shit. If they're legit. Kind of enjoying it. Papa Craig says, Donald, don't forget the weasel hanging out with Old Bear. He calls himself KG. Trackway says, there is light and then there's dark. Then there are us that live in the gray hoping to reach the light, but dark has other plans. Willing to handle. Appreciate you. says Joe. Just watching Cowboy. Cowboy says, I just can't see that fat SOB digging anything. Donald says, I could bury my turd and pinpoint it a year later. Have to believe old Barry. He's a man of God, a preacher, says Papa Craig. Yeah, I don't have to believe him at all. He's full of shit. Mr. Lee says, I told you, I said from the beginning, call Lockbeard for Sasquatch body removal. Yeah. Danny says, Joe, check out the video on the Daily Dan blog. I found a hair sample. Joe says, cool, I will check it out, Danny. In the video, I asked Joe, what the fuck? Oh, shit. The damn June bugs. The damn June bugs have started flying. You're a little late, assholes. It's July. Don't fly at me either. Smartphone soon. I'd understand the emoji stuff. Cowboy says, on Manimal Research, he said he only had 6 encounters. Then 6 months later at the Squatch Out, he said he's had 35 encounters. What the fuck? Yeah. Well, like a lot of liars, they can't keep their lies straight. They get kind of a high off of doing it, off of lying, and so the only way to get the next high a better high is to make the story more fantastic. But the problem is eventually people figure out you're freaking lying. Donald says she should be able to remote view what the government did with the remains and where they are. She should be able to. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard has 27 watching, 27 likes. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Batman says, old Bear might just be old. Yeah, he's old, all right. Donald says, the Squash Cowboy, he needs to get out of the woods and do what he said he was going to do. Jess Sport says, blessings all. My eyelids are leaking light. Papa Craig says, the Batmom, I told him if he wasn't 200 years old, I'd kick his wrinkled ass. Blessings to you too, Chessboard, says Papa Craig. Uncle Bone says, Chessboard, good night, my friend. Batmom says, yeah, we need to be respectful of our elders. Well, yeah, but I mean, how far does that go, Like, sometimes there's an elder who's just that much of an asshole. Where you're like, you know what? Fuck you. And sometimes there is. So yeah, I don't see any pictures of any sheriff's deputies. It'd be nice to put a face to the story, illustrate the story a little bit. See the command staff. Those names don't match. What was the name? Forget the name he said earlier. They're not showing any pictures or anybody, so probably not going to be able to find it. It's a goddamn secret. Papa Craig says, I'm way older than Old Bear. Jay says, old men can be fuck ups as well. Yeah. Yeah, occasionally you'll run into some old guy that's like such an asshole that you're like, you know what? Fuck off. You know, there's only so far people should have to put up with some bullshit, you know? I don't know. Mr. Lee says, Old Bear is probably only 30 years old. Yeah. Belma says, actually, I've seen liars literally believe their own lies and repeat the lie so much that it's like muscle memory. Yeah. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, you see Bigfoot and on hugging up Meldrum? Hugging up Meldrum? I don't recall seeing that. Did Meldrum know he was a flat earther? That he's completely off his rocker and doesn't even realize, you know, that he's on a fucking globe that like does this weird thing where it turns, and because it turns every so often the sun rises up from behind the horizon and then it goes back down behind it over here because we turn and we're fucking round and shit, you know. I mean, I don't know how these fuckers believe this bullshit. How the fuck do you believe that? Because they say the sun's circling above. It's up here and it's circling above a one big flat Earth. And when you ask them, okay, so if it circles above a flat Earth, how come the sun disappears at night? Like if it's above the Earth over here, I mean, shouldn't I be able to see it from over here? And they're like, no, light doesn't travel that far. Light doesn't. Light like just stops somewhere, according to them. It don't travel that far. That's what they say. Like absolutely ridiculous fucking nutsoid shit. You know, you got stars, you know, billions of miles away, and their light gets here, but somehow the sun, you know, because they say it's only like what 3,000 miles above the Earth, so it's circling above and gets over here though. That light, it should be it's line of sight, but you can't see it. Now I saw it go down behind the horizon, but they say that's some kind of optical illusion or something. They say it doesn't actually go behind the horizon. It just looks like it goes behind the horizon. Get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. It's so fucking nuts. How the fuck are there flat earthers? I don't how much aspartame did these fuckers drink? Papa Craig says, "Oh, Mr. J, you're older than me, so you're older than the dirt under the dirt." Uncle Bone says, "About mom on my mom's side, we put old folks on the ice pack." Bon voyage. Joy says, "You got that, Papa, you youngster." Papa Craig says, "Uncle Bones, it was quicker, easier death than starving to death, huh?" Huh. Mr. Lee says, "I wouldn't mind a hug from Meldrum right now. Just saying, I don't want anybody fucking touching me, Meldrum or otherwise. But he needs to keep doing what he's doing. Hopefully, he's keeping it legit. Hopefully, he hasn't fooled himself thinking that some tracks that he's collected are real when they're actually not." Donald says, "And you call me sensitive, Mr. Lee?" We're so sensitive. Joe says, "Damn it, the proof is in cats. If the earth was flat, they would have pushed everything off the edge by now. How many times do we have to explain this?" Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just can't believe it. I mean, I keep seeing people talking about this around the interwebs, and it's ridiculous. And I stand by this statement. That it is an indisputable fact that if a flat earther pollutes the mind of a child with flat earth ideology, that is child abuse. That is sabotage of that child's proper scientific education. You could possibly have destroyed the potential of that child becoming a great scientist one day. So, flat earthers, you keep your fucking hands off of children. That's a goddamn fucking order. I mean, I don't care if you think I don't care what you think. I'm saying you keep your fucking hands, you keep away from the mind of a child. You pollute the mind of a child, that's goddamn child abuse. Let them grow up, and then if you want to try and convince them when they turn 18, then you go right ahead, I guess. But it's still a fucking crime. Still a fucking crime. Goddamn ridiculous, fucked up bullshit. Damn, it pisses me off. Wipe all the drool off my chair, says Jay to Mr. Lee. Papa Craig says, who the hell did the flat earthers say built the big dome that's holding our atmosphere in? No, they claim God created it. They claim that's the firmament. You know, it's supposed to be made of sapphire, and that's why it's blue, and just all kinds of ridiculous bullshit. I mean, it's just so damn ridiculous. It's just like when Pat was debating them. Hopefully, some of you guys went and watched Pat debate those flat earthers, and you know, their arguments don't make any sense. And then if they keep on changing, redirect to here, redirect to there, you know, don't focus on anything long enough to truly just, you know, show that it's bullshit. You know, that one flat earther who, when confronted with the hours of daylight at different places in the world, and of course Chile, the country of Chile was brought up. Um, um, his response was, I've never been to Chile. I don't know there's a Chile. He denied the existence of the country of fucking Chile because the implications of the number of hours of daylight in Chile was a threat to his ridiculous concept of the earth being flat. I mean, these people couldn't science their way out of a goddamn paper bag. And, you know, and they're out there like fucking writing books and shit. I don't even know what the shit. Mr. Lee says, Jay Fritz, I'm leaving it as proof. Nasty boy, nasty ass, says Mr. Lee. Papa Craig says, geez, Jen, very astute thinking. Jen says, Jay, it's the Tom Cruise drool you need to worry about. Might eBay that chair for a big profit. Should burn it with fire. Mr. Lee says, let's face it, flat earthers aren't thinking right. Hell fucking no, they're not thinking right. I mean, some of them out there has got to be trolls. They're just lying. Some of them got to be lying. The rest of them are just people that are really, really gullible, or they think for some fucked up reason that the earth has to be flat to make the world work with their religious views for some damn reason. Uncle Bone says to Papa Craig, I don't know any, but heard stories. I never got to Nome or Little Diomede. wherever that's at. I do have regrets. Cowboy says, Jay, it's not the drool you should be worrying about. He did say he had his lady friend over. Mr. Lee says, Jay, we could make millions. I get him to drool everywhere. Harsh up there. Jen says, hey, Mr. Lee, I pointed out I get a cut. Life as a Trackway says, are flat earthers for real, or are you just pulling my leg? Oh, dude, you count yourself lucky that you haven't run across this ridiculous bullshit. There is a whole fucking thing, man. It's a whole damn thing. There are people out there that are convinced that the earth is actually flat and that NASA is a conspiracy to cover up this fact. That somehow a million people, government and scientists, and is just are all conspiring together to cover up the fact that the earth is flat. And they say shit like the the UN symbol uses a projection map, a polar, from the north pole's in the center, and it projects out the globe onto a flat surface. So they're saying that projection map is the literal actual map, and that's why the UN uses it. So Antarctica then ends up being this big circle, this ice wall. And some of them claim, now some of them think that that's where the dome, you'll come up to the dome. There's a dome. There's a fucking dome. There's a goddamn dome. And then but you're not allowed to go there. They said the government doesn't allow people to go to Antarctica, which is bullshit. You can go to Antarctica. It's just that, none of these assholes are ever going to actually go. I challenge you assholes, all you flat earthers, get on a fucking boat. Any old dinghy would do. Try not to freeze and die or get attacked by a pack of rabid penguins. Now, other ones don't think that. They think that the earth actually goes on and that there's many other continents out there that we're not allowed to know about for some fucking reason. The sun and the moon are actually 3,000, I think they say 3,000 miles above, according to them. Light only travels for so far. That is why when the sun they say the sun's doing this circle, right? So, and it only shows light over the area of the earth where it's at, according to them. And that, so when you ask them, okay, if the sun is always above a flat earth, I should be able to see it 24/7. And they say, no, light doesn't travel that far. This is what they fucking say. It's crazy. Jay says, Mr. Lee, clean the chair, leave the woman. Whoa, damn. Sloppy seconds. Mr. Lee, flat earthers aren't thinking, period, says Joe. Jen says, and that's why you're duct taped in the back seat. Donald says, Jay, the pups are going to freak when you get home. Grasshopper is a rectangular earther. Yeah, these freaking smile for the camera. There you go. There you go. They're everywhere. Get the fuck out of here. And he flew off. Danny says flat earth is a fucking joke. Yep. Uncle Bone says, Papa Craig, you were close to gnome fishing. Yes, very harsh, but my ancestors thrived eating keto and seal oil. Jay says, hey, it's my chair. You peons dive for the change. Dive for the change. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, I do believe Lazar, though, just saying. Well, I mean, Lazar doesn't, if he's telling the truth about what he witnessed, he doesn't actually know what he witnessed. So, you know, because he said like he read documents and the documents were saying that these, you know, some of these, at least some of these craft come from Zeta Reticuli or some bullshit. Okay, that's fine and all, except that's just the claims in the documents. And like it was discussed, is that this could have been misinformation. Like he doesn't really know where these craft come from or what the beings, nature of the beings were that were in the craft. Now, I've mentioned before what I think that, okay, if he's right and what people have claimed, at least if some of them are correct, that these small humanoid figures are real, these are not from another fucking planet. They are from here, and they are a branch of humans, possibly left over from that ancient civilization, right? And they've been laying low somewhere, staying mostly out of sight. Some of their technologies around the earth, the government managed to get a hold of it sometimes. Those different ships that Lazar said he saw, I mean, if they were really there, I mean, different ships could have been, you know, different. Just like we have multiple different types of jets or cars or boats or anything. Maybe it was like that, or maybe they were from different periods of time, because that civilization existed for a long time. The ancient civilization existed for a long time. So who knows? I mean, over how many thousands of years those craft could have spanned from their origin, right? So you know, everyone wants to think these are fucking aliens, but look, they're human shaped. They're basically a Chihuahua version of us. You know, compare a Chihuahua to a hound dog, right? That's the differences morphologically speaking, based on what little morphological information we can get from the descriptions, right? They're basically a humanoid, a human. You know, the chances of an alien showing up and looking that much like us, there are so many different body forms just in life on Earth. Just in life on Earth, there are so many different body forms. And these aliens are going to show up and basically look pretty much like a Chihuahua version of human? No, that is not a fucking alien. That thing is from here. I mean, for one, why the hell would they come here? You know, you got to have, that's a significant investment of time, uh, money, if they have money or resources. They're not going to, for the most part, unless it's really, really worth it. It's probably better not to waste time exploring the universe like that, and instead just establishing communication if you have the urge to reach out and touch someone, like humans seem to do. All alien species out there may not have that urge. Some of them may be like, look, you know, you just stay the fuck out of our backyard, and we're not, you know, we don't care to see your worthless planet. You know, we assume that all the aliens out there are going to be like that they're going to be curious about us and give two shits what we're like. They may not give a shit. And these aliens show up and they look just like us, pretty much. In the grand scheme of things, we're in a world where we have things we have dolphins that are actually pretty intelligent. We have elephants that are pretty intelligent. But just looking at things that aren't intelligent, but they could evolve into intelligent life forms. Squid, octopi, shrimp, worms, insects, fucking cows. Be like South Park, right? The aliens show up and they want to talk to the fucking cows. You're the wisest species on this planet. No, if those gray aliens are if they're legit, if it's really been seen, if Lazar, those ships that Lazar was looking at, that all that shit's human technology and humans, a type of human, a race of humans. It's got to be. I mean, I can't say that for a fact, right? I can't say that for a fact, but it's got to be. Just based on the descriptions. If the sightings are real. Rabid penguins, yeah, rabid penguins. I'm sure they exist, right? Donald says, sounds like the Truman Show with these flurfs. Grass says, be worried about rabid narwhals. Yeah, you don't want to deal with those motherfuckers. Jen says, that's what the man said, rabid penguins. Yeah, go watch out for rabid penguins. Light travels, huh? Light only travels. Yeah, that's their excuse for why when the sun is over another part of the earth and it's day over there, for us, it's because it's on the other side of the planet. It's day on the other side of the planet when it's night on this side. But on a flat earth, the sun's going to be always above, and from our perspective, it's going to be visible, right? And they're like, no. The reason why you can't see the sun is because light doesn't travel that far. Trackway, these people are absolutely stupid. Papa says, yeah, Uncle Bones, they put the old people on the ice floes when they were dying. Old people with no teeth, etc. essentially die from starvation. Donald says, June bugs were bouncing off my picture window earlier. Yeah, somebody needs to tell them little shit it's July. Trackway says, rabbit penguins. No, that's just Danny DeVito in a Batman movie. Yeah, that was freaking weird, wasn't it? Danny DeVito's penguin. Papa Craig says, we have almost no June bugs here. Used to have them for pets as a kid in southern Idaho. Uncle Bone says to Papa Craig, none of my family did that, but maybe others did. I think it's wives' tale. The ice flow thing. Joe says penguins are just chickens dressed in tuxedos. They're fun dinosaurs, man. Mr. Lee says Lockbeard, that the same for everybody. Nobody can tell you what they witnessed because nobody knows the real truth. Jay says I drive at night, so I get in the back seat to nap, but I got two cackling hens in the front seat that never shut up. What the fuck? Earplugs. What the fuck, old man? Says Uncle Bones. Trackway agrees with the earplugs. I don't know. Once I'm ready to sleep, I pretty much just conk. Frickin' nuclear war could be going on, and I'd probably sleep through it. Donald says, terrible thing. Papa Craig says, could be a wives' tale, Donald. We crewmen used to threaten each other with it. Mr. Lee says, Jay, suck it up, Buttercup. Papa Craig says to Jay, cut up your t-shirt and stuff it in your ears. That's what I mean when he met him. He knows, Papa knows what you mean. He met them. Papa Craig says, I love him, Jay. Trackway says, when I worked midnights, I wore earplugs and a night mask to sleep. Oh, and I set the AC to frozen giggly bits. Yeah, colder the better for sleeping. Donald says, holy crap, Lucky, we going to beat Joe's 8 hours? No, 4 hours is already way too long. We're going to have to try and wrap this shit up at some point. Joe says, I talked to a cow once. It was very moving. Trackway says, only way to sleep through the day. Jay says, Judy backed the seat up on my boys a couple times already. Did you tell her to repeat it over and over? Jay said, or Life says to Jay, I bet riding in the trunk doesn't sound that bad now, does it? Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, so is Leonardo DiCaprio doing global warming for fame? Well, like all those people in Hollywood, all those actors, 99% of them are absolute morons. They don't fucking know anything. They are professional liars. They're actors. They might do a movie about something kind of deep or kind of scientific and then they think, oh, I'm an expert on this shit. They're not. They're morons. And then they push an agenda that they're pretty much told to. It appears that it's just kind of a thing, or that they feel like they have to, because if they don't, they might not get the good roles, or they might not get any roles at all. But we can tell, right? We can tell from, the kind of agendas these morons push is that most actors are absolute goddamn idiots. Why the fuck anyone looks up to any of these morons is a mystery to me. They're just doing a job. Half of them aren't doing it particularly well. They're professional liars. That's all. They just act. Why the fuck are they practically worshipped by some people? It's just a goddamn ridiculous bullshit. I mean, fucking Tom Cruise walks down the street. Why does anyone give a fuck? It's like, okay. So the dude acted. So the dude down at the fucking restaurant made me a meal. It was far more satisfying than half your goddamn movies. I don't understand it. It's this weird thing. And fuck Leonardo DiCaprio. Fuck that guy. Uncle Bone says, Papa Craig, I am part Irish. A whaler got sick. They threw him off the boat, and my family healed him, and he is my great 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 grandfather. Like, did they throw him off at the dock, or they throw him in the ocean and you fished him out? What? That's kind of that sounds kind of brutal. Jay says, I was safer back there. Trackway says, yeah, I work tomorrow. Better say night all. We'll see you later, Trackway. Thanks for dropping by. Donald says, come on, people. Only 4 more hours of chat for Lock. I am not doing 8 hours, man. Joe can do some 8 hours if you want. See if maybe Joe will go live and he'll go into the next day, or go into tomorrow. Papa Craig says, wow, Donald, wow, those whalers had a tough life. And the book Moby Dick inspired me as a 10-year-old boy to go fishing in Alaska. Moog says to be safe, Jay. Be safe, Jay. Mr. Lee says idiots. Yes. Yeah, they're just morons. They don't know anything else. There's a few of them that actually have some goddamn education, and there's, but even then, it doesn't mean you worship them as some kind of idol. I mean, They're fakers. That's all they do. They're fakers. Donald says, safe travels, Jay. Joe says, yep, I'm going to go haunt my bed. Work tomorrow. See you all later. Have a good night. Thanks for coming by, Joe. We're probably going to wrap her up pretty quick ourselves here. Why do you call me Donald? Says Uncle Bones. Says the Papa. Why do you call me Donald? What? Batman says, guys, I think Lockie might be Santa Claus. Shit, I ain't no Santa Claus. Ain't hanging out with a bunch of fucking elves. And if I see a reindeer with a glowing nose, I'm gonna blow that bitch away because there's something wrong with that son bitch. He ain't right. Papa Craig says I smoked some hashish, Uncle Bone. Sorry. Thanks for reminding me. Papa says Mogs. But the hashish. Forgot you had it. But Mom says Mogi Dick inspired me too. I never read the books though. Mr. Lee says to Papa Craig, call me Ishmael. Moog says we need a bigger boat. Yeah. I was wondering if we had the same name. Papa Craig says, yes, Mr. Lee, they sure didn't get all the sperm whales. Bat Mom says that's what Santa would say. Yeah. Yeah. If you think so, I don't know how the fuck I'm Santa though. Yeah. Ain't no Santa. Is Joe still in here? I got a clip for him. Yep. That's for Joe. Uncle Bones says Donald Fuller Papa smoking the hash. Ho ho ho, says Papa Craig. Yeah.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Uncle Bone says the Bat Mom. Yes, Santa would say that. Would he say that? Would Santa say that somebody was on some fucking crack the other night? Absolutely. And it's not just because there were no fucking teeth in that mouth. It's not just because it's the behavior. The behavior was just so fucking off. That person it was like they were not even, they were on a totally different show talking and were not really in the conversation that was going on there, and became a total disruption in the process. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, what are bees saying? What do you mean, what are bees saying? Cowboy says, what about the Saddle Tramp guy? I don't know. Saddle Tramp disappeared when you show up, and we were thinking Saddle Tramp was you, so yeah. Yeah, we think that you are Saddle Tramp. Donald, are you still here? Looks like he's still here. Uncle Bone says to Cowboy, are you Saddle Tramp? Jen says, caught up again. Go you. 2x, 2 times in 3+ hours. Papa Craig says, I'll be lurking and grilling a burger. That mom says, subtle tramp is a tramp. There, I said it. Donald, wasn't that you, cowboy? So, Donald, I was real surprised. With what the hell does he call people? Hot Pocket Man. I was real surprised with Hot Pocket Man. Don Fuller says, Papa, time to knock that high down. Uncle Bone says, about Mom, you told him. 100. That was your CB handle? Donald says, I'm here and not a saddle tramp. Donald, Hot Pocket Man's video where he mentioned you and me. Did you notice he didn't make one death threat? He didn't make one death threat. He's learning. He really is my child. And he will eventually be raised upright. I just couldn't believe it. He didn't I don't recall him making one violent threat. So yeah, he's coming along. He's learning from his father.
I'm his father. He comes to me for advices.
Squash Cowboy says, my favorite Charlie Daniels song. Donald says, yeah, I think he's learning. Yeah, I mean, it was really surprising. I think he may have actually listened about that shit. Can't be fucking making death threats on goddamn YouTube, man. You can't be doing that. Let alone the ridiculous claims. How many rounds they put in that dog man? He said he put 400 plus rounds in a dog man, and the bullets just fell off of him. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, so have we established Vault line, Jessica Jones line, DDoS line, and Dark Waters line? Oh, and Old Bear 2 line. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking liars in this whole thing. A lot of fucking liars. A lot of liars. A lot of liars. I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Mr. Lee says, oh, and the other fella. Which other fella? There's a lot of them. You got Porcupine Man. You got Christopher Noel. That's a porcupine. It's in that fucking tree. I could walk up to the tree and get a closer look and see that there is a porcupine in the fucking tree. Or I could just put this video up and claim it's a baby Sasquatch. Yeah, that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. I'm Christopher Noel. Uncle Bone says to the cowboy, I used to take people on trail rides in South Dakota. And he says, the cowboy says, I would love to ride in South Dakota. Uncle Bone says I can saddle a horse.
Yeah, now turn around and lay an egg on the glass.
Oh yeah, and I heard someone mentioning the line from Joe's gone too, isn't he? I think it was on his show. The line from The Princess Bride.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Donald says, I laughed the day Carrie said it was a porcupine. Yeah. It says it's a fucking porcupine. How many videos did he make? Noel made doubling down. Like Noel, you look, when people are coming at you, the best thing you could do is just ignore. Every time you made another video, you just were digging that hole deeper, dude. You were just digging that hole deeper. And everyone at the end of the day knows it's a fucking porcupine. And you look like more of a douchebag than you did before. Autistic fucking Bigfoot nonsense. Fuck. They're autistic. You know, they've been diagnosed autistic by some brilliant fucks out there. The autistic Bigfoot. The fuck. No reason to think that. There's absolutely nothing that can be used to draw that conclusion. But they did. This question cowboy says, Old Fart said that Carrie and I were trying to destroy him. You thought about Old Bear's Den? Old Bear's Den.
Fuck, you're old.
Mr. Lee says, why he keep making videos, huh? Some people will do that. He was trying to defend his position on the matter. He was doubling down. He had come up with some bullshit, and people weren't buying his bullshit, so he was trying to buy his bullshit. But nobody, I mean, I imagine there's a few people out there that bought into it, but there's some people that will buy into anything. They'll buy in anything. They want so badly to believe they will take any fucking thing anybody says. Any Bigfoot story. They just want Bigfoot stories. If you want Bigfoot, go listen to goddamn How to Hunt and Dixie Cryptid. You know, not that those two are the same, other than they tell stories. They tell Bigfoot fucking stories. If that's all you want. But you're never, ever, ever gonna find any kind of fucking truth from that shit. You're gonna hear a bunch of stories, and the vast majority of them are gonna be total bullshit. That makes you happy, fine, but just be honest about that fucking fact. Most of them are complete bullshit. Hill Dog goes horse from South Dakota. Papa Craig says, Mr. Lee, he and KG may be delusional, you think? Uncle Bone says to Jen, good night. Jen's taking out. All right, see you later, Jen. I'm seriously got to wrap this up. I'm tired. This is way too long. Really what I should do is like cut off Phenomena at 2 hours like it's supposed to be. And then maybe if we're gonna do more, like do a random live or something immediately afterwards and have it 2 separate things. Because 4.5 hours, too fucking long. Too fucking long.
Be sure to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, because subscribing makes you feel good.
All right. You're welcome, Mr. Lee. Thanks for coming. Thank you, Donald. I will see you guys next time.